Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic Tradition by Francis A. Yates. This is Part 2. Chapter 6. Pseudo-Dionysus in the Theology of a Christian Magus. Saint Dionysus, the Areopagite, was, for Ficino, both oilman of Platonism and the saint whom St. Paul had met at Athens, and whose vision of the 9 angelic hierarchies, unquestioningly accepted by Thomas Aquinas and all the doctors of the Church, had become an integral part of the Orthodox Christian theology. Saint Dionysus is constantly referred to in Ficino's Theologia Platonica and De Christiana Religione, the two works in which he set out his synthesis of Platonism with Christianity, and indeed, not only for Ficino, but also for all later Christian Neoplatonists. Dionysus was one of the main Christian allies. The author of the Celestial Hierarchies was, of course, not really the Areopagite with whom St. Paul spoke, but an unknown writer who composed, under strong Neoplatonic influence, his work on 9 orders of angels, which he grouped into triads. Each group of the 3 representing one of the persons of the Trinity. These 9 angelic orders have their abode far above, or beyond the spheres of the universe, being orders of a purely spiritual or divine nature. Nevertheless, though the Dionysian orders are not, strictly speaking, a cosmological religion, there is something in the whole idea of orders set out in this fashion which recalls the Gnostic religion of the world, or religious experience in the setting of the cosmic orders. R. Roques has drawn attention to the parallels between the Dionysian mysticism and Gnosticism, particularly of the Hermetic type, and has suggested a possible influence of Hermetism on the hierarchies. Thus, once again, the phenomenon of misdating comes into play in the Renaissance synthesis, and the great Christian apologist, who is believed to have been contemporary with St. Paul, really belonged to nearly the same period as the misdated Prisci Theologi, and came within the range of Gnostic ways of thinking. In the 14th chapter of the De Christiana Religione, Ficino sets out the cosmic order completed by the 9 spiritual orders as follows: the 4 elements, which are mutable in substance and quality, the 7 planets, which are not mutable in substance, but are so in quality and disposition, the 8th sphere, whose movement is opposite to that of the planets, and which has the qualities of candor and splendor, the crystalline sphere, which has simple motion and the quality of candor, the empyrean, which all is stable, and the lumen of which is a quality of light superior to candor. In the stable and lucens empyrean is accommodated the Trinity expressed in the 9 orders of angels of Dionysus. There are legions of angels in the orders, and their number exceeds the faculty of human computation. The 9 orders are seraphim, cherubim, thrones, the hierarchy of the Father, dominions, virtues, powers, the hierarchy of the Son, principalities, archangels, angels, the hierarchy of the Spirit. Ficino interprets Dionysus as having said that the first order drinks its liquor from the Trinity direct, liquorum sum a sola haurit trinitate. The second gets it through the first, and the third through the second and first. There is also a division of activities among the hierarchies as follows: seraphim speculate on the order and providence of God. Cherubim speculate on the essence and form of God. Thrones also speculate, though some descend to works. Dominions, like architects, design what the rest execute. Virtues execute and move the heavens, and concur for the working of miracles as God's instruments. powers watch that the order of divine governance is not interrupted, and some of them descend to human things. Principalities care for public affairs, nations, princes, and magistrates. Archangels direct the divine cult and look after sacred things. Angels look after smaller affairs and take charge of individuals as their guardian angels. Ficino's notions on the celestial hierarchies have been modified by two intermediaries, namely Thomas Aquinas and Dante, and he has also introduced new modifications of his own. The differing activities of the hierarchies, which are not so specifically defined of pseudo-Dionysus, he got them from Thomas Aquinas. The linking of the hierarchies with the spheres of the cosmos he got from Dante, who, in his Convivio, correlates the hierarchies with the spheres, and, above all, in the Paradiso, sets out the souls of the blessed on the spheres of the 7 planets, places the apostles and the church triumphant in the 8th sphere, and in the 9th sphere ranges the 9 angelic hierarchies, and crowns all the Trinity in the Empyrean. Ficino was a great student of Dante, and was certainly thinking of the Paradiso in the passage on the hierarchies analyzed above, for he makes a reference to Dante's poem in it. The analysis of the varying quality of the light expressed by different words for the light in Ficino's exposition may possibly be due to the influence of Dante. The notion that the supernal light is reflected down the angelic hierarchies, flashing as in mirrors from one to another, is a characteristically Dionysian conception, to which Dante had given a somewhat new turn by describing how, as he and Beatrice mount through the spheres of the planets, the light changes in quality at each ascent, reaching ever more dizzying degrees of intensity in the 8th sphere, the 9th sphere, and the Empyrean. Ficino, in the passage analyzed above, seems to be definitely using splendor of light in the 8th sphere, candor of a more intense light in the crystalline sphere, and lumen of the supreme light in the Empyrean, beyond which there is perhaps an even higher lux in the divine mind. He also uses such many varying terms for light in his De Sole and De Lumine, though I am not sure that the terms are always used consistently with the same degrees of meaning. Ficino has intensified the continuity between hierarchies and spheres by introducing an almost astrological suggestion into the relationships between the hierarchies, which are said to drink the influences from the Trinity, a word which recalls the expression used in the De Vita Coelitus Caparanda, where the spiritus of the world is thought of as poured out through the stars and drunk by its recipients here below. If we add one more term to the light series, the term soul for the planet Sol, or the sun, the drinking in of spiritus from the sun would connect with the higher series, the higher liquor drunk by the hierarchies, and the higher forms of light flashed down from the light supernal. Thus Ficino's natural or spiritus magic, aiming no higher than the planets and particularly at the sun, would yet have an angelic continuation stretching out beyond and above it, though Ficino, or so I believe, would make no attempt to operate with angels beyond the normal Christian prayers and supplications, nor try to reach the virtues which move the heavens in order to become a worker of miracles. The angelic continuation beyond the stars was, of course, normal to the Christian thought, and is, for example, exquisitely expressed in terms of music by Shakespeare's Lorenzo. Sit, Jessica, look how the floor of heaven is thick, inlaid with patines of bright gold. There is not the smallest orb which thou behold'st, but in the motion like an angel sings. still choiring to the young-eyed cherubims. Lorenzo, as he gazes at the night sky, is contemplating the marvelous fact that the harmony of the spheres connects with the celestial choirs of the angelic hierarchies. As Pseudo-Dionysus was immensely important to Ficino for the synthesis of Neoplatonism with Christianity, so too he helped Pico to build the bridge between Jewish Kabbalah and Christianity. Pico's Heptalaplus, which is a commentary on Genesis in the Kabbalistic manner, is full of references to Dionysus. In his work, Pico frequently has occasion to mention the three worlds as understood by the Kabbalists, who divided the universe into the elemental world or terrestrial world, the celestial world or the world of the stars, and the supercelestial world. Between all these worlds, there was continuity of influences. Pico found no difficulty in linking this concept both with Neoplatonism and with the Christian or pseudo-Dionysian mysticism. He makes the link with Neoplatonism by identifying, as Ficino had also done, the angelic world with what the philosophers called the intelligible world. The highest of the three worlds is called by the theologians angelic and by the philosophers intelligible. Then comes the celestial world, and last the sublunar world which we inhabit. He then goes on to draw the parallel with the three worlds of the Kabbalists, whose Moses represented symbolically when he divided the tabernacle into three parts. Particularly in the third book of the Heptalaplus, Pico devotes himself to assimilating the doctrines of the ancient Hebrews to those of the Dionysus. Here he repeats the Thomistic definitions of the functions of the hierarchies and relates their three triadic groups to the three worlds as follows. We read that is in Kabbalistic commentary on Genesis that the firmament is placed in the midst of the waters, and here is indicated to us the three hierarchies of angels. The first and the last of the hierarchies is indicated by the waters, those which are above the firmament and those which are below it, the intermediate zone between the two being the firmament. And if we ponder these things, we find that they accord perfectly with the doctrine of Dionysus, the supreme hierarchy, which, as he says, is given over to contemplation, is figured in the waters above the firmament, which are above all action, whether celestial or terrestrial, and praise God with perpetual music. The intermediate hierarchy, which has celestial functions, is most appropriately indicated by the firmament, that is, the heaven itself. The last hierarchy, although by its nature is above all bodies and above the heaven, yet it has the care of things below the heaven, since it is divided into principalities, archangels, and angels, whose activities all refer to sublunar things. Those into principalities, being directed towards states, kings, and prefects. Those of archangels to the mysteries and sacred rites, whilst angels attend to private matters, and each of them is assigned to an individual human being. Thus, with reason, the last hierarchy is figured by the waters below the firmament, since they preside over mutable and transient things. By thus assigning the first hierarchy of the supercelestial world, waters above the firmament, and the second hierarchy to the celestial world, firmament, and the third hierarchy to the elemental or sublunar world, waters below the firmament, Pico astrologizes the celestial hierarchies even more strictly than Ficino, by allowing them these special influences in the three zones. There is no trace of such astrologizing tendency in Pseudo-Dionysus himself, for whom the 9 hierarchies both represent the Trinity and are solely devoted, in their several degrees, to the praise of the Trinity. with Ficino's hierarchizing of different qualities of light may be compared to Pico's hierarchical presentation of heat. With us, color is an elemental quality. In the heavens, that is, in the stars, it is colorific virtue. In the angelic mind, it is the idea of color. It may be well, as E. Garin has suggested, that in the poem to the third book of the Heptaplus, where he refers mysteriously to some perhaps deeper connection between the teachings of Dionysus and those of the ancient Hebrews, Pico means to suggest a comparison of the Dionysian hierarchies with the Sephiroth. In the Sephiroth, also, there is a certain gradation, the highest of them being concerned with pure contemplation of unutterable mysteries, while the lower one seems to have more connection with the affairs of men. There is a circular movement in the Sephiroth, which Pico shows that he has understood in the Kabbalist conclusion 66, by which the first can connect with the last. Such a movement is also understood within the apparently Byzantine fixity of the angelic hierarchies, since these in their sum represent the Trinity. Pico nowhere, as far as I can discover, sets out a definite correlation between Sephiroth and angelic hierarchies, though this was certainly done in the later Hermetic Kabbalist tradition, for example by Robert Flude, as can be seen in the diagram. In one of his works, in which 10 Kabbalistic names of God, the 10 Sephiroth, the names of which are written on the verticals, and the 10 spheres are put together with the 9 celestial hierarchies, whose number is brought up to the necessary 10 by adding them to the anima mundi. It is possible that Pico might have given his blessing to some such correlation as this, though we cannot be sure that he would have made it exactly this form. In another diagram, Flood correlates hierarchies and spheres with the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The difference between Ficino and Pico with the angelic plus cosmological frameworks is that Pico, through practical Kabbalah, has a means of reaching and operating with the angelic world, which was denied to Ficino. The Kabbalistic angels would be, for Pico, fundamentally the same as the myriads of pseudo-Dionysian angels, the change being that the Kabbalah gave more information about them and how to make contact with them. If we look at the frontispiece of a work published in 1646 by the Jesuit Athanasius Kircher, who was a most notable descendant of the Hermetic Kabbalist tradition founded by Pico, we see that the name in Hebrew surrounded by rays and clouds in which hosts of angels are indicated. Below them is the celestial world with the zodiac, and below that is the sublunary world, over which rules the Archduke Ferdinand III. The fundamental conceptions outlined in this chapter have not changed, and the illustration shows how well the Baroque style, with its sun glories and swarms of angels, goes with such conceptions. Another way in which pseudo-Dionysus was immensely important in the Renaissance synthesis was through his negative theology. Besides his positive adumbration of aspects of the Godhead and the 9 hierarchies of angels in their relation to the Trinity, Dionysus also sets forth a negative way. There are no words for God in his actual essence, no names for him as he really is therefore he is at the last best defined by negatives, by a kind of darkness, by saying that he is not goodness, not beauty, not truth, meaning by this that he is nothing that we can understand by those names. The mysticism of the Dionysian negative way brought forth some very beautiful spiritual fruits in the course of the ages. For example, the English 14th century Cloud of Unknowing in which the unknown author, following the hid divinity of Denis, puts himself under a cloud of unknowing, within which, with a blind stirring of love, he reaches forth towards the deus absconditus. And the learned philosopher Nicholas of Cusa found in the learned ignorance of Dionysius the only final solution or mode of approach to the divine, as he expounds on in his famous work, the De Docta Ignoratia. The negative theology, or the idea of the negative way, reached Ficino not only through Dionysius, but also through Cusanus, of whom he was a great admirer, and whom he regarded as an important link in the great chain of Platonists. Ficino made a new translation of Dionysius on the divine names, in which there are various passages on the negative theology and on the thought that God is beyond all knowledge. God, says Dionysius, is above bonitas, above essentia, above vita, above veritas, above all his other names, so that in a sense he has no name. Yet in another sense he has innumerable names, for he is the bonitas, essentia, vita, veritas, and so on in all things. Ficino's commentary on this passage is as follows. These mysterious sayings of Dionysius are confirmed by Hermes Trismegistus, who says that God is nothing, and yet that God is all. That God has no name, yet God has every name. He is thinking of the passage in the Asclepius, where Trismegistus says, "It is impossible that the creator of the majesty of the all, the Father and Lord of all beings, should be designated by one or even a multiplicity of names. God has no name, or rather he has all names, since he is at once one and all, so that one must either designate all things by his name or give him the name of all things. His will is entirely good, and the bonitas which exists in all things is issued from the divinity." The Hermetic writer is certainly here very close in spirit to the Syrian monk, and it is no wonder that Ficino was impressed by the way Hermes Trismegistus confirms Saint Dionysius on no name yet all names. There is a negative theology also in the Hebrew Kabbalistic mysticism for the Ein Sof, out of which the 10 Sephiroth emerge, is the nothing, the unnameable, unknown deus absconditus, and the highest and most remote of the Sephiroth, Keter, or the crown, disappears into the nothing, so that here, too, though there are, as it were, 10 names in the Sephiroth, the highest is the nothing or the no name. I cannot find that Pico anywhere relates the Ein Sof to the Dionysian negative theology, though the 15th Orphic conclusion is significant. Idem est nox apud Orpheum, and Ein Sof in Kabbalah. It would be but a short step in Pico's mind from the Orphic nox to the Dionysian darkness. There's a similar mystical conception in the Platonic conclusions. Ideo, amor, ab, Orfeo, sin, oculus, dicitur, quia est supra intellectum. This describes in terms of the blind Cupid the same negative experience as that of which Dionysius speaks. It is the only clue to Pico's synthesis that he makes it on a mystical level, the many names which he collects from all philosophies and religions, being at bottom all one in the no name. And the great Christian authority on the via negativa was Pseudo-Dionysius. This chapter has not been specifically about the two magics, but an attempt to reconstruct the religious and cosmological framework into which they belong. it is also most important for trying to understand the tenuous and delicate relations between religion and magic in the Renaissance to realize that there is at work a tendency towards astrologizing mysticism and conversely towards mysticizing astrology. These are clumsy words to use of the Renaissance experience, in which it is difficult to distinguish the moment when the supercelestial becomes merged with the celestial, and thence descends to the terrestrial. When does the supernal light, drunk by the hierarchies from the Trinity, become the light of the sun, whence the whole heaven is illuminated, and which is drunk through spiritus and magia? Or at what moment do the techniques of practical Kabbalah become ecstatic contemplation of Hebrew and Christian supercelestial hierarchies? The problem can be put in terms of eros. In the Hermetic account in Pimander of the creation of the magus man, this half-divine being came down below because he loved beautiful nature and was united to her in her passionate embrace. The erotic relation to nature is fundamental for sympathetic magic. The magus enters into with loving sympathy into the sympathies which bind heaven to earth, and this emotional relationship is one of the chief sources of his power. Why is love called a magus? Asks Ficino in the commentary on the Symposium. Because all forces of magic consist in love. The work of magic is a certain drawing of one thing to another by natural similitude. The parts of this world, like members of one animal, depend all on one love, and are connected together by natural communion. From this community of relationship is born the communal love, from which love is born the common drawing together, and this is the true magic. In the pseudo-Dionysian celestial hierarchies, there is a current running between them all, which he calls eros, and compares to a perpetual circle arising from the good and returning to the good. Mr. de Gandillac has pointed out that in another passage of the Symposium commentary, Ficino has deformed this erotic current, giving it a sense quite absent in the pseudo-Dionysus, where it is a gift of pure grace, and he sees in this deformation the magical theme of universal sympathy. So, as with light, again with love, there is a kind of continuity between the operative love of the magus and the divine love circulating amongst the celestial hierarchies. Once again, the point at which erotic magic might become participation in divine love, or at which the magus might appear robed in supercelestial light and love, is not easy to distinguish, and the concept is immediately transferable into neoplatonic terms, for the neoplatonic mens is identified by Ficino and Pico with the angelic mind. All these shades of meaning occur to give many complex undertones and overtones to such a work as Pico's commentary on the Canzone de Amore of Benivieni. Where is the magic in such a commentary on a love poem? Where is the Christian cum Kabbalistic mysticism? Where is the Neoplatonic mysticism? The guiding line in this maze is the poeticized astrology, with which the commentary is full, and by which the transition is made from the mystical mage to magical mysticism. Those strange and deceptively simple conversations in the Hermetic treatises between Hermes and his son Tat, or with Asclepius and other followers, convey a strong impression that a deep religious experience has been felt by the participants. And though these religious experiences take place within the framework of the world and are consummated in the eighth sphere, when the powers take possession of the soul, and the region to which they belong is the Egyptian region of astral magic. Believing as he did that the Hermetic dialogues strangely prophesied Christian truths, Ficino was encouraged to put Christian experience into the framework of the world. By real and perspicacious attempts at comparative religion, though made on a wrong chronological basis, Ficino and Pico perceived resemblances between the Hermetic religious scheme and the Neoplatonized Christianity of Pseudo-Dionysus, to which Pico was able to add comparisons with Kabbalistic theosophy. And they were, in a sense, right, since all these three theosophic schemes are related to the religion of the world and can be connected with the spheres of the universe. The Hermetic treatises have been divided by Vestigaire into those representing an optimist type of gnosis, in which the cosmos, which is the setting of the religious experience, is good and full of the divinity, and a pessimist or dualist type, in which salvation must consist in escaping from the weight of matter permeated by influences which are in themselves evil. It is possible, as I suggested earlier, that these distinctions were blurred for a Renaissance reader. How little Ficino understood dualism is indicated by the fact that he took Ormuzd, Mithras, and Ahriman to be the expression among the Magi of Persia of the truth pervading all regions that God is a Trinity, whereas Ahriman is the evil principle in the uncompromisingly dualist Zoroastrian system. With this determination to find adumbrations of Christian truths everywhere, he would be likely to ignore or to misunderstand as an Egyptian version of Christian asceticism the dualist aspects of the Hermetica. Moreover, many of the most influential of the Hermetic treatises, including the Asclepius, are far from dualist and tend more in the direction of pantheism. The Kabbalah, insofar as it can be called a gnosis, is also optimist, while Pseudo-Dionysus is surely the supreme type of a Neoplatonist illuminated by Christian optimism. The word gnosis is applicable to the kind of experience which Ficino and Pico had, since it was a seeking of knowledge by religious methods. But it must be understood that when Gnosticism is used in this book to describe the Renaissance experience, it is used without those irrevocably dualist or Manichaean implications with which it has become associated. That was the end of chapter 6, and I have to put a quick narrator's note in here. This version of the PDF I'm reading off of this book must have had bad copies or something when they put it through the scanner. And chapter 7, 8, 9, and parts of 10 have parts of the book missing. So if you hear an awkward pause, I am unable to read that section of the book. So let's continue onward because this is an interesting book, and I hope that you all are enjoying yourselves. Chapter 7, Cornelius Agrippa's Survey of Renaissance Magic. Henry Cornelius Agrippa of Netzheim is by no means the most important of the magicians of the Renaissance, nor is his De Occulta Philosophia really textbook of magic, as it has sometimes been called. It does not fully give the technical procedures, nor is it a profound philosophical work, as its title implies. And Cardanus, a really deep magician, despised it as trivial affair. Nevertheless, the De Occulta Philosophia provided for the first time a useful, and so far as the obtrusiveness of the subject permitted, a clear survey of the whole field of Renaissance magic. Since my book is not written by really deep magician who fully understands the procedures, but is only a humble historian's attempt to outline those parts of the subject which affect the understanding of Giordano Bruno, who, incidentally, made great use of this trivial work, and the ideas through the world's soul and the rays of the stars. This is based on the first chapter of Ficino's De Vita Coelitus Caparanda, which is quoted verbally, and Agrippa has understood that Ficino is there talking about the star images as the medium through which the ideas descend. Thus all the virtues of inferior things depend on the stars and their images, and each species has a celestial image which corresponds to it. In a later chapter on the spirit of the world as the link between occult virtues, he is again quoting Ficino and reproducing his spiritus theory. Then follows chapters on the plants, animals, stones, and so on belonging to each planet and to the signs. Which give that language a strong magical power. Other alphabets also have these meanings, but less intensely than the Hebrew. Book 2, Celestial Magic. Mathematics are most necessary in magic, for everything which is done through natural virtue is governed by number, weight, and measure. By mathematics, one can produce, without any natural virtue, operations which seem natural, statutes and figures which can move and speak. This is, mathematical magic can produce the living statues with the same powers as though made by using occult natural virtues, as described in Asclepius, which Agrippa has quoted on such statues. When a magician follows natural philosophy and mathematics and knows the middle sciences which come from them, arithmetic, music, geometry, optics, astronomy, and mechanics, he can do marvelous things. We see today remains of ancient works, columns, pyramids, huge artificial mounds. Such things were done by mathematical magic, as one acquires natural virtue by natural things. So by abstract things, mathematical and celestial things, one acquires celestial virtue. This is enough to say about images, concludes Agrippa, for you can now go on for yourself to find others. But you must know that these kind of figures are nothing unless they arc vilified, so that there is in them a natural virtue, or a celestial virtue, or a heroic, animistic, demonic, or angelic virtue. But who can give soul to an image, life to stone, metal, wood, or wax? And who can make children of Abraham come out of stones? Truly this secret is not known to the thick-witted worker, and no one has such powers but he who has cohabitated with the elements, vanquished nature, mounted higher than the heavens, elevating himself above the angels to the archetype itself, with whom he then becomes cooperator and can do all things. Which shows how far behind him Agrippa has left the timid and pious Ficino, who aimed only at doing natural magic in the elemental world, with just a spot of celestial magic from a few planetary talismans used naturally. The Agrippan magus aims at mounting up through all three worlds, the elemental world, the celestial world, and the intellectual or angelic or demonic world, and beyond even that to the Creator himself, whose divine creative power he will obtain. The door into the forbidden, which Ficino had left only slightly ajar, is now fully opened. Agrippa's incantations also aim higher than Ficino's Orphic singing. Agrippa discusses the Orphic magic and how the divinities which he names in his hymns are not evil demons, but natural virtues established by God for the use of men and which are called upon in these hymns. Agrippa gives hasts of names, attributes, powers of the planets to be used in invocations to them. Above all, the sun is to be called upon by whoever wishes to do a marvelous work in this lower world. The ambitious magus should attract the influence of the sun in every possible way, praying to him not only with the lips, but with a religious gesture. It is, in a manner, the Ficinian sun worship and solar Orphic incantations, but now used to obtain power to do marvelous works. The philosophy of magic in this book is important. Some of it is the usual material about the soul of the world, with the usual Virgil quotation on mens agitat molem, but Agrippa is also using material from the Corpus Hermeticum, from which he constantly quotes, of course in the form of opinions or sayings of Hermes Trismegistus. In relation to the world soul, he quotes from the Mercurius Treatise De Communae, one of the Hermetic treatises which we analyzed in our second chapter, with its optimist gnosis of the divinity of the world and its animation, exemplified from the continual movement of the earth as tilings grow and diminish, which movement shows that the earth is alive. Agrippa was thus not only using the Asclepius and its magic, but other treatises of the Corpus Hermeticum, the philosophy of which he incorporated into his magical philosophy. His impressive description of the ascent of an all-powerful magus through the three worlds is reminiscent of the ascents and descents of the magus man of the Pomander. Book 3, Ceremonial or Religious Magic. In this book, Agrippa rises to yet higher flights, for it is concerned with that part of magic which teaches us to seek and know the laws of religions, and how, by following the ceremonies of religion, to form our spirit and thought to know the truth. It is the opinion of all the magi that if spirit and thought are not in a good state, the body cannot be, and according to Hermes Trismegistus, we cannot have firmness of spirit without purity of life, piety, and divine religion, for the holiness of religion purifies thought and renders it divine. The reader is adjured to keep silence about the mysteries in this book, for, says Hermes, it is an offense to religion to propagate among the multitude a discourse so full of the divine majesty. This is from the opening of the Asclepius. Plato, Pythagoras, Porphyry, and Orpheus, and the Kabbalists also enjoined secrecy in religious matters, and Christ hid the truth in parables. There is, moreover, a most necessary and secret thing which is absolutely necessary for a magician, and which is the key to all magical operations. This is the dignification of man for such high virtue and power. It is through the intellect and the highest faculty of the soul that miraculous works are done, and it is by an aesthetic, pure, and religious way of life that is to be achieved the dignification necessary for the religious magus. Certain ceremonies, such as the laying on of hands, give this dignity. Whoever, without the authority of office, or the merit of holiness and doctrine, or the dignity of nature and of education, presumes to do a magical work, will achieve nothing. Agrippa is evidently now taking us on from Ficino's type of magic, carried much further than Ficino took it, to Pico's type of magic. The mysterious allusions to Hermetic and Kabbalists' secrets, the dignification which the magus at this level undergoes, are very much in the vein of Pico's oration on the dignity of man. But again, Agrippa is going much further than Pico, for it is evident that the magic in the third or intellectual world, which is now going to be discussed, is really priestly magic, religious magic, involving the performance of religious miracles. He next outlines a true divinely magical religion based on faith and a superstitious religion based on credulity. The two are not altogether unrelated, though the second is greatly inferior to the first. Miracles can be worked by the second kind, as well as by the angels. Since the coming of Christ, the name Iesu has all the powerful that a correspondent writes to Agrippa asking to be instructed in the mysteries, not of Magia and Kabbalah, but of the Picatrix and the Kabbalah. Yet it is also not so simple as that, for Agrippa's necromancy and conjuring are not medieval in spirit, not the old hole-in-corner business of the persecuted medieval magician. They come invested with the noble robes of Renaissance magic, with the dignity of a Renaissance magus. Ficino's neoplatonizing of the talismans is quoted, and the many references to the philosophy of the Corpus Hermeticum put the Asclepius magic into the context of Hermetic philosophy and mysticism, as Ficino saw it. Above all, the advantages of practical Kabbalah in putting the conjurer in direct contact with the angelic or intellectual world come out very clearly as priestly magic, and the highest dignity of the magus is seen to be the magus as priest, performing religious rites and doing religious miracles. His marrying of earth to heaven with Magia, his summoning of the angels with Kabbalah, led on to his apotheosis as a religious magus. His magical powers in the lower worlds are organically connected with his highest religious powers in the intellectual world. In short, what we are arriving at here is something which is really very like the ideal Egyptian or pseudo-Egyptian society as presented in the Hermetic Asclepius, a theocracy governed by priests who know the secrets of a magical religion by which they hold the whole society together, though they themselves understand the inner meaning of those magical rites as being beyond the magically activated statues, really the religion of the mind and the worship of the one beyond the all, a worship perceived by the initiated as rising beyond the strange forms of its gods, activated by elemental and celestial manipulations, to the intellectual world, or to the ideas in the divine mens. The problem of Renaissance magic in relation to the religious problems of the 16th century is a vast question, and one which cannot be tackled here, or on the basis of the linking of magical with religious ceremonies by an irresponsible magician like Cornelius Agrippa. Its investigation would demand long study, starting from the Pico controversy and leading to no one knows whither. But certain obvious questions present themselves. Was some of the ironclastic rage of the reformers aroused by there having been more magic put into religion in fairly recent times? The Middle Ages had, on the whole, obediently followed by Augustine in banning the idolatry of the Asclepius. It was Lactantius, Ficino, and Pico, the latter strongly approved of by Pope Alexander VI, who got Hermes Trismegistus into the church, so that the issue between magic and religion was no longer the simple medieval one, but very complex, arousing questions, such as what is the basis of ecclesiastical magic, or should Magia and Kabbalah be accepted as aids to religion or rejected? This question might also be put in the form, does an increase of magic help a religious reform? To which one answer might be the strong negative. Let us get rid of all magic and break the images. This is not, however, the form in which the question is put in Cornelius Agrippa's highly influential book. According to Agrippa, there are two kinds of religious magic, one good and leading to the highest religious insights and powers, the other bad and superstitious, as if it were a bad copy of the good kind. This was how Giordano Bruno, the religious magician, saw the problem, and he got much, indeed most, of his material for his solution of it from Cornelius Agrippa. Chapter 8. The cosmos, or the world picture, within which the Agrippian magus operates is not different, in its main outlines, from the medieval world picture. The earth is still how remote we are now from the contemplative piety with which Pico used Kabbalah. Trithemius lived too soon. He would have been very happy in putting through a trunk call to a friend at a distance, or in watching everything that is going on in the world with his television set. This is perhaps a little unfair, since there is a vast esoteric background to Trithemius magic. Operating with the talismans of magia, or with the angel names of Kabbalah, will not in and of itself lead to the practical achievements of modern applied science. There was, however, among Ficino's lists of prisci theologi, or prisci magi, the name of one who taught that number was the root of all truth, Pythagoras. Among Pico's 900 theses, there were 14 conclusions, according to the mathematics of Pythagoras. The first being that 1 is the cause of all other numbers. Others connect with his other theses, though through Pythagorean number symbolism. In his Apology, he connects magia and Kabbalah with Pythagorean mathematics. The combination of Kabbalistic computation with Pythagoreanism is carried much farther by Reuchlin in his De Arte Kabbalistica, and the concentration on numbers, the new magic, is reflected in long passages on number in Agrippa's Guide, some of which we resumed in the last chapter. If we were to try to translate the tone of Agrippa's magic in terms of the gifts of the planets, which it chiefly tries to attract, the answer might be that, whilst Ficino's magic avoids Saturn, Agrippa's magic seeks the Saturnine gifts of high abstract contemplation and pure mathematics. Thus, as Botticelli's predominantly Venus talisman, the Primavera, reflects the Ficinian type of magic, Dürer's predominantly Saturnian talisman, the Melancholia engraving, reflects the Agrippan type of magic. Thus, the Renaissance magic was turning toward number as a possible key to operations, and the subsequent history of man's achievements in applied science has shown that number is indeed a master key, or one of the master keys, to operations by which the forces of the cosmos are made to work in man's service. However, once again, neither Pythagorean number, organically wedded to symbolism and mysticism, nor Kabbalistic conjuring with numbers in relation to the mystical powers of the Hebrew alphabet, will of themselves lead to the mathematics which really work in applied science. Yet it is important to notice that within the scheme of magia and Kabbalah, as formulated by Agrippa, there was a place for genuine mathematical sciences and for their application to produce operations. At the beginning of his second book, as we have seen, Agrippa emphasizes that a magician must be versed in mathematics, for by mathematics there can be produced without any natural virtue, that is, by purely mechanical means, wonderful operations, such as the flying wooden pigeon made by Archytas, the moving statues made by Daedalus, the speaking statues of Mercurius. Here we have the wonderful statues of the Asclepius regarded as marvels of applied science, and the like. A magician who knows natural philosophy and mathematics, and also understands mechanics, can do wonderful things, says Agrippa, and the magus must know the sciences which produce such marvels as a necessary part of his training. That this inclusion of what appears to be genuine applied science, based on a knowledge of genuine mathematics, within the apparatus of a magus was not forgotten, can be shown by a quotation from the Tommaso Campanella, who, writing nearly 100 years earlier, is recalling this passage in Agrippa. In his Magia e Grazia, a work chiefly devoted to religious magic, Campanella makes a classification of different kinds of magic, including a kind which he calls real artificial magic. Real artificial magic produces real effects, as when Archytas made a flying dove of wood, and recently at Nuremberg, according to Boterus, an eagle and a fly have been made in the same way. Daedalus made statues which moved through the action of weights or of Mercury. However, I do not hold that to be true which William of Paris writes, namely that it is possible to make a head which speaks with a human voice, as Albertus Magnus is said to have done. It seems to me possible to make a certain imitation of the voice by means of reeds conducting the air, as in the case of the bronze bull made by Phalaris, which could roar. This art, however, cannot produce marvelous effects save by means of local motions and weights and pulleys, or by using a vacuum, as in pneumatic and hydraulic apparatuses, or by applying forces to the materials. But such forces and materials can never be such as to capture a human soul. This passage may again suggest that a preoccupation with miraculous statues had its scientific side, and that mechanics and other real artificial magics could have been fostered by the general revival of magic in the Renaissance. It is by putting real artificial magic in the context of Magia and Kabbalah that the apparently contradictory activities of man, like John Dee, can be understood as all belonging quite naturally into the outlook of a Renaissance magus. John Dee was a genuine mathematician of considerable importance, intensely interested in all mathematical studies and the application of mathematics to produce results in applied sciences. He himself was a practical scientist and inventor. His activities in the field being many and varied, they included a flying crab for a college stage play. In his preface to H. Billingsley's English translation of Euclid's Elements of Geometry, Dee outlines the state of mathematical sciences in his time and fervently urges their prosecution and improvement. And he is certainly concerned with genuine mathematics and their application as genuine applied science. He bases this plea on the noble Earl of Mirandula, who set up 900 theses in Rome, amongst them being, in his 11th mathematical conclusion, the statement that by numbers a way is had to the searching out and understanding of every thing able to be known. This is indeed, as Dee says, an English translation of one of Pico's 85 mathematical conclusions. Per numeros abatur uae ad omnes scibiles investigationem intellectionem. Though on one side of his mind, Dee is interested in number as real artificial magic, he does not use this expression in the Billingsley preface. He was also still more interested in the use of number in connection with Hebrew names of angels and spirits in the practical Kabbalah, which he did with his associate. Edward Kelly. Dee and Kelly were close students at Agrippa's occult philosophy. In Agrippa's third book, there are elaborate numerical and alphabetical tables for angel summoning of the type which Dee and Kelly used in their operations, in the course of which Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and other angels and spirits appeared in the show stone and spoke to Dee through Kelly, though Dee never saw them himself. Kelly was a fraud who deluded his pious master, but the very nature of the fraud shows how well versed they both were in Renaissance magic. What Dee chiefly wanted to learn from the angels was the secrets of nature. It was a way of prosecuting science on a higher level. Like Pico della Mirandola, Dee was a most devout Christian man, and his attitude to the angel visitants is like that of Pico in the oration on the dignity of man, full of awe and wonder. Dee's ignorant contemporaries could not distinguish between practical Kabbalah and conjuring, in which they were perhaps not unjustified, but they also could not understand, as Dee complains bitterly in the Billingsley preface, that acts and feats, naturally, mathematically, and mechanically wrought, are not done by wicked demonic magic, but by natural use of number. John Dee has to the full the dignity, the sense of operational power of the Renaissance magus, and he is a very clear example of how the will to operate, stimulated by Renaissance magic, could pass into and stimulate the will to operate in genuine applied science, or of how operating with number in the higher sphere of religious magic could belong with and stimulate operating with number in the lower sphere of real artificial magic. The Hermetic science of full magima emphasis on the sun, and two of the Priscae Theologi in Ficino's lists had taught that the earth moves. These were Pythagoras and Philolaus. The latter had published the astronomical views of the Pythagorean school, which were that the earth, sun, and other bodies revolve around a central fire. The cult of Hermes Trismegistus also tended to suggest a different position for the sun to that which is held in the Chaldean Ptolemaic system, universally accepted in the Middle Ages. The Egyptian order of the planets was different from the Chaldean order, for the Egyptians put the sun just above the moon and below the other 5 planets, not in the middle of the 7. The difference between the two systems was emphasized by Macrobius, a Platonist much studied in the Middle Ages and Renaissance, who pointed out that the Egyptian order, in which the sun is much nearer to the earth, was the one which Plato accepted. Ficino, in his De Soleil, mentions the Egyptian order soon afterwards, remarking that the sun had been put nearer to the earth than the firmament by Providence in order to warm it with spiritus and ignis. The Egyptian position of the sun, only just above the moon, which is the channel of all astral influences, would better suit Ficino's sun-centered spiritus magic than the Chaldean order. However, there is no evidence that he rejected the latter. Both here and in other passages he accepts it. Unquestioning belief in the Ptolemaic position of the sun was nevertheless somewhat shaken by the Priscae Theologi, but more important than this, in fixing attention on the sun, was the immense religious importance attached to it by the earliest, so Ficino believed, of the Priscae Theologi, Hermes Trismegistus, the Egyptian Moses. The sun, of course, is always a religious symbol and has always been so used in Christianity, but in some passages in the Hermetic writings, the sun is called the Demiurge, the second god, In the Asclepius, Hermes says, "The sun illuminates the other stars, not so much by the power of its light as by its divinity and holiness. You should hold him, O Asclepius, to be the second God, governing all things and spreading his light on all of the living beings of the world, both those which have a soul and those which have not." There are also passages on the divinity of the sun in Corpus Hermeticum 5 and 10, and above all, in 16, though the last named 16th treatise did not influence Ficino, since it was not in his manuscript. It was published in Lazzarelli's translation by Symphorian Champierre in 1507. The admired Egyptian religion included sun worship, and the sun is among the fist of the gods of the Egyptians given in the Asclepius. These Egypto-Hermetic sun teachings undoubtedly influenced Ficino's sun magic, and they connected philosophically with Plato on the sun as the intelligible splendor or chief image of the ideas, and religiously with the pseudo-Dionysian light symbolism. All these influences can be perceived working together in Ficino's De Soleil and De Lumen. As we have tried to outline in previous chapters, the concentration on the sun in the astral magic led upwards through the Christian Neoplatonism of pseudo-Dionysus to the supreme Lux Dei. And in this way, the sun very nearly is, for Ficino, what it is for Hermes, or for the Emperor Julian, the second god, or the visible god, in the Neoplatonic series. The De Revolutionibus Orbium Caelestium of Nicholas Copernicus was written between 1507 and 1530, and published in 1543. It was not by magic that Copernicus reached its epoch-making hypothesis of the revolution of the earth round the sun, but by a great achievement in pure mathematical calculation. He introduces his discovery to the reader as a kind of act of contemplation of the world as a revelation of God, or as what many philosophers have called the visible God. It is, in short, in the atmosphere of the religion of the world that the Copernican revolution is introduced. Nor does Copernicus fail to adduce the authority of Priscae Theologi, though he does not actually use this expression. Amongst them Pythagoras and Philolaus to support the hypothesis of earth movement, and at the crucial moment, just after the diagram showing the new sun-centered system, comes a reference to Hermes Trismegistus on the sun. In Medeo vero omnium residet sol, quais enim in hoc pulcherrimo templo lampadam hanc in alio vel meliore loco poneret, quam unde totum simul possit illuminare. Si quidam non iptec quaedam lucernam mundi ali mentam ali rectorum vocant Trismegistus visibilum deum. There are perhaps echoes of Cicero's words for the sun in that famous dream on which Macrobius commented in this passage, but the main echo is surely of the words of Hermes Trismegistus in the Asclepius, which we have quoted above. The teleological framework in which Copernicus presents his discovery has long been recognized, but it is not generally realized that this framework was the contemporary one. Copernicus is not living within the worldview of Thomas Aquinas, but within that of the Neoplatonism of the Priscae Theologi, with Hermes Trismegistus at their head, of Ficino. One can say, either that the intense emphasis on the sun in this new worldview was the emotional driving force which induced Copernicus to undertake his mathematical calculations on the hypothesis that the sun is indeed at the center of the planetary system, or that he wished to make his discovery acceptable by presenting it within the framework of this new attitude. Perhaps both explanations would be true, or some of each. At any rate, Copernicus' discovery came out with the blessing of Hermes Trismegistus upon its head, with a quotation from that famous work in which Hermes describes the sun worship of the Egyptians in their magical religion. A recently discovered text tells us that Giordano Bruno, when advocating Copernicanism at Oxford, did this in a context of quotations from Ficino's De Vita Coelitas Caparanda. This famous philosopher of the Renaissance thus saw the Copernican sun in some close relationship to Ficinian sun magic. The analyses which I shall make in later chapters will show that Bruno was an intense religious hermetist, a believer in the magical religion of the Egyptians as described in the Asclepius, the imminent return of which he prophesied in England, taking the Copernican sun as a portent in the sky of this imminent return. He patronizes Copernicus for having understood his theory only as a mathematician, whereas he, Bruno, has seen its more profound religious and magical meanings. The reader must wait for the other chapters for proof of these statements, which I anticipate here for a moment, because Bruno's use of Copernicanism shows most strikingly how shifting and uncertain were the borders between genuine science and Hermetism in the Renaissance. Copernicus, though not uninfluenced by Hermetic mysticism about the sun, is completely free of Hermetism in his mathematics. Bruno pushes Copernicus's scientific work back into the pre-scientific stage, back into Hermetism, interpreting the Copernican diagram as a hieroglyph of divine mysteries. This chapter has only hinted in a partial and fragmentary way, and with but a few examples, at a theme which I believe may be of absolute basic importance for the history of thought, namely, Renaissance magic as a factor in bringing about fundamental changes in the human outlook. The Greeks, with their first-class mathematical and scientific brains, made many discoveries in mechanics and other applied sciences, but they never took wholeheartedly, with all their powers, the momentous step with which Western man took at the beginning of the modern period of crossing the bridge between the theoretical and the practical, of going all out to apply knowledge to produce operations. Why was this? It was basically a matter of the will. Fundamentally, the Greeks did not want to operate. They regarded operations as base and mechanical, a degeneration from the only occupation worthy of the dignity of man, pure rational and philosophical speculation. In the Middle Ages, carried on this attitude in the form that theology is the crown of philosophy, and the true end of man is contemplation. Any wish to operate can only be inspired by the devil. Quite apart from the question of whether Renaissance magic could or cannot lead on to genuinely scientific procedures, the real function of the Renaissance magus in relation to the modern period, or so I see it, is that he changed the will. It was now dignified and important for man to operate. It was also religious and not contrary to the will of God that man, the great miracle, should exert his powers. It was this basic psychological reorientation towards a direction of the will, which was neither Greek nor medieval in spirit, which made all the difference. What was the emotional sources of the new attitude? They lie, it may be suggested, in the religious excitement caused by the rediscovery of the Hermetica, their attendant magia, in the overwhelming emotions aroused by Kabbalah and its magico-religious techniques. It is magic as an aid to gnosis, which begins to turn the will in the new direction. And even the impulse towards the breaking down of the old cosmology with heliocentricity may have as the emotional impulse towards the new vision of the sun the hermetic impulse towards the world, interpreted first as magic by Ficino, emerging as science in Copernicus, reverting to Gnostic religiosity in Bruno. As we shall see later, Bruno's further leap out from his Copernicanism into an infinite universe peopled with innumerable worlds certainly had behind it, as its emotional driving power, the Hermetic impulse. Thus, Hermes Trismegistus and the Neoplatonism and Kabbalism associated with him may have played, during his period of glorious ascendance over the mind of Western man, a strangely important role in the shaping of human destiny. Chapter 9. Against Magic. 1. Theological objections. Though Pico gained the approval of Pope Alexander VI, the new magic did not go unchallenged by either Catholic or Protestant opinion in later years. On the contrary, there is a growing outcry of alarm, mounting in intensity throughout the 16th century, against the increase in magical practices. The Magi themselves always claimed to be pious and good, both in act and in intention. They are only doing natural magic, not demonic magic, or if aiming at summoning higher spiritual powers, these are angels, not demons. Even Agrippa, the arch-magician, who seems to be calling on both demons and angels, crowns his work with religious magic and religious pretensions. But many people were asking, when is an angel not an angel, but a demon? And demanding that a check should be put on the whole movement, the religious aspect of which only made it the more dangerous. A valuable analysis of theological objections to Renaissance magic has been made by D.P. Walker, and there is also much relevant material in Thorndike's History of Magic and Experimental Science. My aim here is only to give a very brief impression of anti-magical opinion based on these works. Pico's nephew, Giovanni Francesco Pico, strongly disapproved of Ficino's talismans and also of his uncle's magic, though he thinks, or pretends to think, that his distinguished relative had abjured all magic in his Adversus Astrologiam. G.F. Pico's attack on magic and astrology shows how strongly both were bound up with the Prisca Theologia, which he regards as pagan idolatry. He also mentions Picatrix as a most vain book. He does not attack Ficino by name, but strongly reprobates the Orphic incantations which Ficino had used, and Pico had recommended as natural magic, and the remarks directed against a certain man who has written about astrological images must be meant for Ficino. The arguments of Pico's nephew were impressive, and many of them were repeated in 1583 by Johann Weir, a Protestant, who also regards the Prisca Theologia as wicked pagan superstition and as a source of magic. The visits of the Greek sages to Egypt resulted in their learning not the Mosaic tradition of true theology, but bad Egyptian magic. As a Protestant, Weir took religion to be entirely free from magic, and a large part of his work is directed against Catholic practices which he regards as superstitious. Erastus is another Protestant writer who strongly condemns magic, and in particular Ficino's magic, which he identifies with Egyptian abominations and with the Platonists. "Would you think this man a priest of God," he cries, "as he wished to appear, and not rather the patron and high priest of Egyptian mysteries?" And he accuses Ficino of being addicted to loathsome and clearly diabolical fables, probably an allusion to the magic of the Asclepius. Erastus, too, wants to have religion entirely cleared of magic. The Catholic views on magic were given authoritative pronouncement by Martin del Rio, a Jesuit, in a weighty book published in 1599 to 1600. Del Rio would allow some forms of natural magic, and is not altogether unsympathetic to Ficino, but he firmly condemns his use of talismans. He denies that the Hebrew language has any special power. Thus, both Ficino's magia and Pico's practical Kabbalah would be rejected. Pope Alexander VI's views were not endorsed by the Counter-Reformation. As to Agrippa, Del Rio regards him as an absolutely black magician, the worst of his kind. The Catholic writer defends Catholic practices from the charge of magic, as Garcia had done long ago when attacking Pico. There were thus always strong bodies of theological opinion, both Catholic and Protestant, against the Renaissance magic throughout the period in which it flourished. 2. The Humanist Tradition. I must first of all define what I mean by the Humanist tradition. I mean the recovery of the Latin texts, of the literature of Roman civilization in the Renaissance, and the attitude to life and letters which arose out of that recovery. Though it had many antecedents of the Middle Ages, the chief initiator of this movement, so far as the Italian Renaissance is concerned, was Petrarch. The recovery of the Latin texts, the excitement about the new revelation of classical antiquity, which they brought, belongs to the 14th century and continues into the 15th century. It was very well advanced and had reached a stage of sophistication before the next great experience of the Renaissance, the recovery of the Greek texts and their ensuing new philosophical revelation in the 15th century. It cannot, I think, be sufficiently emphasized that these two Renaissance experiences are of an entirely different order, using different sources in a different way, and making their appeal to different sides of the human mind. Let us draw up some comparisons. There is, for example, the comparison with which we began the first chapter of this book. The Latin humanist's chronology is correct. He knows the correct date of the civilization to which he wants to return, the golden age of Latin rhetoric as represented by Cicero, the proficiency in literary and historical studies which a Ciceronian speech represents, its exquisite Latin style, the dignified way of life in a well-organized society, which is its framework. This world really did exist at the date at which the Latin humanist thinks exist. Defended himself from the charge of having lost time over barbarous authors, which he might have used for polite scholarship. We have lived illustrious, friend Ermoliau, to posterity shall live, not in the schools of the grammarians and teaching places of young minds, but in the company of philosophers, conclaves of sages, wherein the questions of debate are not concerning the mother of Andromach, or the sons of Niobe, and such light trifles, but of things human and divine. Pico is reproaching his humanist friend for remaining on the childish level of the trivium, with his grammatical and linguistic studies and cultivation of purely literary ornament, whereas he himself is concerned with the loftier studies of the quadrivium. Pico's letter marks very clearly the fundamental difference in aim between the two traditions, which Giordano Bruno will express more violently in his outcries against what he calls grammarian pedants, who fail to understand the higher activities of a magus. Here we may indulge in the curious reflection that if the Magi had devoted more time to puerile grammatical studies and made themselves into good theological scholars, they might have seen through the prisci theologi and so never have become Magi. Above all, it is in their relation to religion that the difference between the two traditions is most profound. The humanist, if he is a pious Christian like Petrarch, uses his humanist studies for moral improvement, studying the great men of antiquity as examples of virtue from which the Christian may derive profit. If he is not very Christian or pious, like Poggio, Valla, and other later Italian humanists, he tends to be so obsessed with his admiration for the pagan way of life that he looks down on Christianity. The best authenticated examples of Renaissance paganism are to be found amongst the later Latin humanists. In either case, the issue with religion is not an absolutely vital one. Whether or not a literary man uses his literary studies with a Christian moral intention is his own affair, not a major general religious issue. It is quite otherwise with Neoplatonism, which claimed to present a new interpretation and understanding of Christianity. It is, above all, quite otherwise with the magus, who claimed to understand the ways of God in the universe and to reproduce them in his magic. Magic, as developed by Ficino and Pico, was a major religious issue, as the objections to it, quoted at the beginning of this chapter, have shown. Our theme here, however, is humanism as a force making against magic, and I think that it is such a force. Beth, by its critical scholarship and by its historical and social approach to man and his problems, an atmosphere of unadulterated humanism, is not one which is congenial to the magus and his pretensions. But the atmosphere very rarely was unadulterated, and elements from the one tradition infiltrated into the other. Perhaps the clearest case of such infiltration is that of the hieroglyphs. The history of the supposed Egyptian hieroglyphs of Horapollo, of the rage for them in the Renaissance, and of their development into the emblem, one of the most characteristic of Renaissance phenomena is the aspect of Renaissance Egyptology, which has been the most fully studied and explored. The hieroglyphia of Horapollo was another of these supposedly ancient but really Hellenistic works. It explains the Egyptian hieroglyph as being a symbol with hidden moral and religious meanings, of course a misunderstanding of its true nature. The hieroglyph fashion is an offshoot of Prisca Theologia, for it owed much of its vogue to the deep respect for Egyptian wisdom as exemplified in Hermes Trismegistus. In the Argumentum before his Pygmander, Ficino attributes the invention of the hieroglyph to Hermes. As compared with the talisman, the hieroglyph is not magical. It is a deep way of stating hidden truths in the sacred Egyptian writing, and it was immensely popular with the humanists, and therefore an example of Egyptian infiltration into humanism. Pure humanism could, however, turn in a religious direction and towards a religious and theological attitude, and the clearest case of this is Erasmus. Erasmus is completely humanist in his whole outlook. He believes in polite learning, good letters, good Latin, and he believes that a golden age will come when there is an international society of politely learned people, all communicating easily with one another in an international language of good Latin. He is also a pious Christian, as Petrarch was, and the international society will be a piously Christian one, of well-educated people who have used their classical learning for its good moral teaching and moral examples of the virtuous men of old. He has absolutely no interest in dialectics, metaphysics, or natural philosophy, and he pours his amusing scorn in the praise of folly on the schoolmen and their barbarous Latin. His dislike of medieval learning, below his aesthetic contempt for it, and his contempt for its ignorance of polite learning, is really a temperamental dislike, and an incomprehension of the kind of subjects with which it deals. His remedy for the decayed state of affairs, which the decaying Middle Ages had brought with it, is that of the humanist and literary man who was also a pious Christian. The remedy was to use the new invention of printing to make Christian literature available. Hence the labors of his life devoted to the publication and annotation of the New Testament and of the Greek and Latin fathers of the Church. This was Erasmus' idea of a return to Prisca Theologia, the return to Christian sources by publishing the New Testament and the Fathers. That he may even have thought of this as a contrast to the kind of Prisca Theologiae to whom the Magi returned may perhaps be indicated by his extreme annoyance when an admirer addressed him as Termaximus. George Clutton has suggested that Erasmus' otherwise rather incomprehensible anger at being addressed by an epithet which was meant as a fulsome flattery may be because Termaximus suggested Hermes Trismegistus, and he did not like his work being compared to that kind of pristine theology. At any rate, as D.P. Walker has pointed out, Erasmus did not use Prisca Theologiae, and in one passage may be throwing doubt on the authenticity of the Chaldean oracles and the Hermetica. But if anything is brought from Chaldeans or Egyptians, merely because of this we intensely desire to know it, and are often grievously disquieted by the dreams of some little man, not to say impostor, not only with no profit, but also with great waste of time, if not with some worse result, though this is already quite bad enough. Does, if not with some worse result, imply being led into magic? And how the great Hermes has sunk here to some dreaming little man, and perhaps an impostor. Magia would not meet with the faith or credulity so necessary for its success in the Erasmian atmosphere. And Erasmus also several times indicates in his letters that he does not think much of the Kabbalah, although he was a friend of Reuchlin. Moreover, even the Christian basis of the synthesis of the Christian magus is shaken when Erasmus, in his New Testament paraphrases, throws doubt on Dionysius the Areopagite as the author of hierarchies. This critical impiety, in which Erasmus was following the bold Valla, greatly shocked the English Carthusians, and must also, one would think, have alarmed his friend John Colet, an ardent Dionysian. Thus, in the vicinity of Erasmus' critical, and also entirely non-scientific, mind, the whole setup of the Renaissance magus, as so impressively formulated by Ficino and Pico, would dwindle into vain dreaming based on doubtful scholarship. And as a Christian, the Erasmian would repudiate Prisca Theologia as not the true, pristine gospel source to which the Christian should return. Huizinga has quoted the following words in an address by Erasmus to Anna of Bourcelenne as an example of how Erasmus will flatter the formal piety of a patron in order to get money. I send you a few prayers, by means of which you could, as by incantations, call down, even against her will, from heaven, so to say, not the moon, but her who gave birth to the Son of Justice. If, as Huizinga probably rightly thinks, Erasmus is being ironical here, the irony is addressed, not at formal piety, but at the new astrological religious fashions. Thus, if secular humanism is not favorable to the magus, neither, certainly, is religious humanism of the Erasmian type. There is, however, one Egyptian product which Erasmus thinks valuable, namely the hieroglyphs. He uses them in the Adagia, and he thinks that they could help in furthering universal unity and goodwill as a visual language which all could understand. At this point, therefore, Egyptian letters join humanist Latin as, like it, making for universal tolerance and mutual understanding, the dearest dream of Erasmus. But this is a perfectly rational use of Egyptianism. Terrible, in terms of destruction of art and learning, were the results in England when the egg which Erasmus had laid was hatched by the Reformation. The smashing of the idolatrous images in the churches was matched by the destruction of books and manuscripts in monastic and college libraries. When in 1550, in the reigns of Edward VI, the government commissioners visited Oxford, bonfires were made of the contents of the libraries, and, according to Wood, particular suspicion was attached to works containing mathematical diagrams, were thought sufficient to be destroyed because accounted popish or diabolical, or both. The humanist dislike of metaphysical and mathematical studies has turned into Reformation hatred of the past and fear of its magic. Where there is no understanding of such studies, there arises the ignorant dread of them as all magic. A question which, I think, has never been asked is how far the Renaissance revival of magic contributed to the suspicion of all philosophy as tinged with magic, which inspired the devastating activities of the Edwardian reformers, products of the turning of Erasmian critical humanism against the Church with destructive fanaticism. It is a parallel question to the one asked previously, as to how far Reformation iconoclasm was aroused by attitudes to the magic of images, some of which were relatively new. After the brief interlude of the Marian reaction, the England of Elizabeth was officially a Reformation country, the reform being of an Erasmian type, and Erasmus paraphrases of the New Testament were placed in all churches. As regards learning at Oxford, this meant that the old preeminence of Oxford in philosophical and mathematical studies was not restored and was replaced by a different type of learning. The central feature of Giordano Bruno's visit to England was the debate at Oxford when he expounded his new philosophy, the reception of which by the Oxford pedants he bitterly complained of in his Scena della Scenerie, although he made some kind of apology in his De la Causa Principio e Uno. In an article published in 1938-1939, I analyzed the historical setting of this episode, pointing out that Bruno's objection to the Oxford doctors is really that they are humanists, or grammarian pedants, as he impolitely calls them, who do not understand philosophy, and who demonstrate their literary frivolity by quoting an Erasmian adage about madness at him when he insists that the sun is at the center and the earth moves. I showed that his withdrawal of his abuse of Oxford in the De la Causa takes the form of a paean of admiration of pre-Reformation Oxford philosophy and science, and I compared the situation between Bruno and reformed Erasmian Oxford with the situation between Pico della Mirandola and Ermelao Barbero, where Pico defends his devotion to medieval and barbaric authors against the contempt of his humanist friend. I still think that these observations are quite correct, as far as they go, and I do not want to repeat here the detailed evidence with which I support them in the article. We now know, however, from the most important discovery recently published by Robert McNulty, that Bruno at Oxford quoted long passages from memory from Ficino's De Vitae Coelitas Caparanda, with which he associated in some way the opinion of Copernicus. In short, it was as a Ficinian magus that Bruno presented himself at Oxford. This most valuable discovery, and its connection with what will be the theme of later chapters, and of this book, that Bruno's philosophy is basically Hermetic, and that he was a Hermetic magus of a most extreme kind, with a magico-religious mission of which Copernicanism was a symbol, will be analyzed much more fully later. I have anticipated the argument at this point, because the elucidation of the historical situation in which Bruno must be placed in order to understand him is so extremely complex that I have thought it better to prepare the reader for the future as we go along. In the end of chapter 8, we saw that Copernicus himself associated his discovery with Hermes Trismegistus, thus suggesting the possibility of the kind of use which Bruno was to make of it. And now, at the end of our analysis of the magus in relation to humanism, we can see how the visit of a most extreme magus to Oxford in 1583 could not fail to arouse violent reactions. Madly impossible in a Protestant country which had been through the Erasmian reform, Bruno's philosophy also brought him to the stake in counter-Reformation Rome. Chapter 10. Religious Hermetism in the 16th Century. There was a way of using the Hermetica, which was purely religious and philosophical, without the magic, which was got rid of, either by approving of Hermes Trismegistus as a most religious writer, but disapproving his lapses into bad magic, as in the passage on making the idol, seems to write almost as a Christian, as if it were foreseeing Christianity from his remote position in time. It is significant that when Isaac Casaubon in 1614 pointed out for the first time for 12 centuries, Lactantius to Casaubon is about 12 centuries, that though there may have been a man called Hermes Trismegistus of hoary antiquity, the Hermetica cannot have been written by any such person. He assumed that the works, or some of them, were fakes by Christians. So deeply had the Christian interpretation penetrated into the Hermetica that it was thus that they were seen in the first critical approach to them. However, in the 16th century, this discovery was not yet made, and even after it was made, Hermetism was not immediately dislodged, or only partially and in places dislodged from its powerful hold on religious thinking. Towards the end of the 16th century, this influence reached a crescendo which pushed it forward into the 17th century, where it long lingered. As J. Dagans has said, La fin du siècle en le début du siècle ont et pagé dehors le hermiste religieux. Religious Hermetism, without magic, was largely developed in France, where, as D.P. Walker has pointed out, the neoplatonic movement imported from Italy was used with some caution, and the dangers of the Prisca Theologia, as encouraging magic and heresy, were recognized. Les Frères d'Étaples gave the lead in importing Hermetism into France, and in warning against the magic of the Asclepius. Les Frères had visited Italy and met Ficino and Pico. He spoke of himself as a disciplined and warm admirer of Ficino, and his edition of Ficino's Poemander was published in France by the University of Paris. In 1494, a few years later, in 1505, Lefebvre brought together for the first time in one volume Ficino's Poemander and the Asclepius. He added as a commentary by himself to the latter, in which he condemned, as bad magic, the idol-making passage of the Asclepius. The volume was dedicated to a famous French bishop, Guillaume Briconnet, thus inaugurating the ecclesiastical career of Hermetism without magic in France. Since Lefebvre d'Etaples was himself the author of a work on magic which he never published, it is possible that his careful avoidance of the dangerous subject was due to repentance for, or concealment of, his own errors. Also, he included in the same volume with the Poemander and the Asclepius a most extraordinary work which had been written before 1494 by Ludovico Lazzarelli, a most enthusiastic and exaggerated Hermetist. This was the Crater Hermetis, which was modeled on one of the regeneration treatises of the Hermetica, Corpus Hermeticum 4, and which describes in the most excited language the passing on of the regenerative experience from a master to a disciple. In his valuable study of this work, P.O. Christeller has suggested that it is meant to allude to Christ's inspiration of his disciples with his Spirit, now interpreted as the Hermetic experience, which can be repeated in modern times by an inspired Hermetist. Thus, though Lefebvre banned the magic of the Asclepius in this volume, he included in it a work which is something like a magical interpretation of the psychology of religious experience. A French translation of the Crater Hermetis was included in a French translation of the Hermetica, dedicated to Cardinal Charles de Lorraine in 1549, which suggests that Hermetic religious enthusiasm was making headway in French ecclesiastical circles. Symphorian Champierre of Lyons was a leading apostle of Neoplatonism in France and an admirer of Ficino. In his De Quadruplici Vita, Lyons, 1507, he is imitating Ficino's Libri de Vita, but without the talismans of the De Vita Coelitas Caparanda, against which he utters a warning. And it is Champierre who first put forward the comforting view that the magical passage in the Asclepius was not by the holy Hermes himself, but was interpolated into the Latin translation by the wicked magician Apuleius of Madara. This idea was repeated by later French writers on Hermetism and did much to help the general acceptance of religious Hermetism. Champierre printed in his De Quadruplici Vita a Latin translation by Ludovico Lazzarelli of the Definitiones, namely the last treatise of the Corpus Hermeticum, which Ficino had not translated because it was not in his manuscript. The most striking feature of this Hermetic treatise, now published in Latin translation for the first time, is the tremendous passage on the sun and the choirs of demons surrounding it. In 1554, Turnebus published at Paris the first edition of the Greek text of the Corpus Hermeticum, accompanied by Ficino's Latin translation and Lazzarelli's translation of the treatise missing in Ficino. A preface by Vergarius stresses the resemblances of Hermetism to Christianity and states that Hermes the Egyptian lived before Pharaoh and consequently before Moses. There seems to be a tendency by which the holier and more Christian Hermes Trismegistus becomes, the more his date is pushed back, now to before Moses. François de Foix de Candale, Bishop of Hyères, reaches new heights of ecstatic religious Hermetism. In 1574, he published another edition of the Greek text of the Hermetica, based on that of Turnebus, with emendations suggested by Scaliger and others. He thinks that Hermes attained to a knowledge of divine things surpassing that of the Hebrew prophets and equaling that of the apostles and evangelists. He lived at an earlier date than Moses and must have been divinely inspired. The bad passages in the Asclepius were put in by Apuleius. In 1579, Foix published a French translation of the Hermetica, the preface to which repeats these statements and seems almost to elevate the works of Hermes Trismegistus to a level of canonical scriptures. In spite of this growing chorus of approval, of a Hermes purged of magic, and consequently of Ficino's talismans, the magical current was also pretty strong in France. Jacques Gohori, or Leo Suavis, as he called himself, thought that Ficino had not gone far enough and that a much stronger Hermetic magic was needed. Gohori lived in Paris until his death in 1576 and seemed to have run a kind of magical academy not far from the site of Baïf's Academy of Poetry and Music. The thought also occurs that the blame for the magic of the Asclepius, which the pious Hermetists were casting on Apuleius of Madara, might have had the effect of attracting confirmed magicians to that author, whose romance of the Golden Ass has been extremely popular in the Italian Renaissance. The novel recreates for the reader, with wonderful vividness, the late antique society riddled with magic of all kinds. The experiences of the hero, turned into an ass by bad witches, suffering all the blows and punishments of fortune in his asinine form, at last freed from the form in the ecstasy of his vision of Isis rising from the sea near the lonely shore to which he has wandered in despair, and finally initiated into the mysteries of Isis and becoming a priest of her cult, from a kind of odyssey of a suffering magus. The story is written in a cruel and glittering style, facetious and obscene, yet with the Egyptian mysteries hidden within this ridiculous story of an ass. Such a style might have appealed to a modern magician as his model. I am thinking, of course, of Giordano Bruno. Ficino and Pico had used Prisca Theologia and Neoplatonism as the basis of a Christian religious synthesis in which all Gentile philosophy pointed towards Christianity. This theological or synchronistic use of Prisca Theologia is quite independent of magic and is highly developed in many French theological writers of the 16th century. Pontus de Tirard, Bishop of Chalons, is an extreme example of it. From the holy Egyptian school has descended to us the secret doctrine and salutary knowledge of the ternary number, so greatly referenced that the essence of the world is entirely attributed to its disposition of number, weight, and measure, a secret which the Magi understood under the three gods whom you have named. For by Oromesis they understood God, by Mitra, the understanding, or that which the Latins call mens, and by Araminus, the soul. Most of Mihis and of similar arguments used by Pontus de Tirard comes out of Ficino's Theologia Platonica. In the passage quoted, Egyptian and Zoroastrian material is not being used in any magical sense, but simply as intimations in Prisca Theologia, foreshadowing the Trinity, or indicating, as Tirard says later in the same passage, that the divine substance, spreading its power among all nations, has left no people in the world without some odor of the divinity. The extreme Christian piety of Hermes Trismegistus, when purified of the bad aspects of the Asclepius, made him a useful priscus theologus, more emphasis in these connections. Tirard speaks of Hermes' theology as the oldest of all, and after quoting a prayer from the Poemander, rhetorically asks whether anything can be found, even in the Psalms of David, more pious and religious than Mehis. As a native of the Lyons region, Tirard would no doubt have been influenced by Symphorien Champier's purified vision of Hermetism. In his preface to Tirard's work, Jacques Davy du Perron, afterwards bishops of Evreux, and eventually a cardinal, emphasizes its syncretism and describes Tirard as embracing it in the Kabbalist doctrine of the three worlds, the intelligible, the celestial, and the visible. Here again, the Kabbalism is not practical Kabbalah, but vague confirmation brought in from the Hebrew tradition of the prevailing syncretism. I have examined at length in my book on the French academies of the 16th century the bearings of the theological synthesis of writers like Tirard and du Perron on the poetry of the French Pleiade, and particularly on the Academy of Poetry and Music, founded by one of its members, Baif. This academy was devoted to measuring together poetry and music after what was believed to be the antique fashion in order to produce the effects on the hearers attributed to ancient music. The Academy produced both profane songs full of mythological allusions and also psalms, both set to music in the same manner. The question as to whether such products are incantations in the magical sense or incantatory for their artistic quality alone is a very difficult one, for the borderline between magic and art is as hard to trace in this period as the borderline between magic and religion. It is possible that the incantatory or magical intention varied with different people. A bishop like Pontus de Tirard might take cautious reservations in consonance with the Gallican caution about the magic of Prisca Theologia. But we have also to remember that at the center of the French court, the moving spirit of its festivals, in which the new artistic techniques were used, there was the Italian woman, the Queen Mother, Catherine de' Medici, member of the great Florentine house, which had encouraged Ficino and Pico, and had certainly not discouraged their magic. Catherine was notorious for her interest in talismans, and her encouragement of magicians and astrologers, and it would be difficult to believe that there was not also something of a magical intention behind her festivals. When in the Ballet Comique de la Reine of 1518, the product of the festival tradition which she founded, Catherine saw Jupiter and Mercury descending from heaven in response to the incantatory music and singing. It is doubtful, great artist though she was, whether she saw this as a purely artistic representation. More probably, for her, such a performance was in the nature of an extended and complicated talisman, an arrangement of the planetary gods in a favorable order, invoked by favorable incantations, resulting not only in a marvelous work of art, but in magical action by which something was done, by which the favor of the heavens was actually drawn down in aid of the French monarchy and for the pacification of the wars of religion. All the writers so far mentioned in this chapter have been Catholics, but in Philippe de Plessis Mornay, we have a Protestant author who is making a large use of Hermetism in his De la Vérité de la Religion Chrétienne, published at Antwerp by Platine in 1581, with a dedication to the King of Navarre. In this dedication, Mornay says that in these miserable times he is undertaking a work for religion through studying the world as a shadow of the splendor of God, and man as made in the image of God. In this latter part of the century, in a Europe devastated by the awful wars and persecutions arising from the conflict between Reformation and Catholic reaction, Mornay is an example of how men were turning to the Hermetic religion of the world to take them above these conflicts, and as a possible way of escape from the agonies inflicted by fanatical use of force by both sides. Wise men of all ages have taught that God is one, says Mornay. Mercure trismegiste quae est, si verament ses liores sont de loe, et pour le monde sont be anciens, la source de tout enseigné par to, quae de est un, quae le unite est la racine de toutes choses, quae lui seul appartiente le nom de pere en de bon. Il y appelle hic pere du monde, les actions de toute puissance, la puissance de toutes actiones, seu elu mesmes taute, sans nom et meilleur quae tot nom. Mornay refers in the margin as sources for these sentiments, both to the Pomander Hermetism was making itself felt in this counter-Reformation order. It has been said by J. Doggins that cette influence de la Hermetiste reléu à tous les protestants et les catholiques, favorisant chez les uns et les autres les tendences les plus ironiques. It is perhaps significant that, just as Mornay's Protestant treatise, showing strong Hermetic influence, was published at Antwerp, where William of Orange was trying to establish religious toleration, so also Rosselli's great effort of Catholic Hermetism was first published in Poland, a country which practiced religious toleration. Such efforts need not have been aiming specifically at Arianism or religious reunification, but merely at toleration or the avoidance of force for the settlement of religious problems by creating an atmosphere of Christian tolerance through mutual return to the Hermetic religion of the world, understood in a Christian sense. At the French court in the 1580s, the king, Henry III, was the center of an intensive religious movement in which he was very much influenced by the Capucins, an order which he greatly encouraged, and to which his numerous penitent confreries were affiliated. He was trying to deal with the situation with which he was faced in a religious way. Encouraged by Philip of Spain, Catholic extremists in France were bent on violent and dangerous courses. Protestant extremists were equally intransient. The king was trying to find a middle course and was endeavoring to foster a Catholic politique or religious tolerant movement which should be attached to himself and loyal to the French monarchy. I have studied this atmosphere around Henry III in other books and in an article published in 1939-1940 on the religious policy of Giordano Bruno. I showed that when, in 1582, Bruno came to England from Paris, where he had received some encouragement from Henry III, it was on some kind of political mission, urging Henry's peaceable and religious intentions, in contrast to the militant ambitions of Spain, with which England was equally threatened. Henry, says Bruno in his Spacio della Bestia triomphante, Loves peace, he preserves his contented people as much as possible in tranquility and devotion. He is not pleased with the noisy uproar of martial instruments, which administer to the blind acquisition of the unstable tyrannies and principalities of the earth, but with all manner of justice and sanctity, which show the straight road to the eternal kingdom. I suggested also that Bruno's philosophy had a religious background to it, and had behind it a conciliatory religious mission to Protestant England. French religious Hermetism and the Catholic religious Hermetism of a Capucin like Rosselli is something which Bruno would have known in the Parisian atmosphere from which he came. Nevertheless, his own Hermetism, his own new philosophy, which he preaches as a palliative for the religious situation, is not the Christian, pseudo-Dionysian, and angelic type of Hermetism which we find in Rosselli, though this writer ought to be carefully studied in connection with Bruno. In this rapid survey of a tremendous subject of Hermetism in the 16th century, I have picked out only a few examples, chosen with a view to assisting the estimate to be made in the next chapters of Bruno's position as a Hermetic philosopher. I now come to an example which is in many ways the most important of all from this point of view, namely Francesco Patrizzi. As Scott has said, Patrizzi seems to have been impelled by a genuine enthusiasm to take upon himself the task of bringing about a restoration of true religion. And he regarded the Hermetica as one of the most effective instruments that could be used in this design. He outlined his scheme in his Nova de Universis Philosophia, first published at Ferrara in 1591, second edition, Venice, with a dedication to Pope Gregory XIV. With his new universal philosophy, Patrizzi published the Corpus Hermeticum, using the Greek text of Turnebus and Foi de Candale, and giving a new Latin translation, also the Asclepius, also some of the Hermetica preserved by Stobaeus, with Latin translations of these. Patrizzi thus made available in this volume, as the foundation of his new philosophy, a larger collection of Hermetica than had hitherto been assembled together. This was the labor of enthusiastic devotion. Patrizzi believed that Hermes Trismegistus was a little earlier than Moses, and that Moses' account of creation must be supplemented by the account in Pimander, that Hermes spoke much more clearly of the mystery of the Trinity than Moses. In his dedication to Gregory XIV of the Nova de Universis Philosophia, Patrizzi says that a philosopher nowadays is thought to be one who does not believe in God. The reason for this is that the only philosophy studied is that of Aristotle, which denies the omnipotence and providence of God. Yet Hermes said that, without philosophy, it is impossible to be pious, and therefore Patrizzi has tried to discover a truer philosophy by which we might return to God. He hopes that the Pope and his successors will adopt this religious philosophy and cause it to be taught everywhere. He asks why these parts of Aristotle's philosophy, which are hostile to God, are studied, when a Hermetic treatise contains more philosophy than all the works of Aristotle put together. Many of Plato's dialogues should also be taught publicly, also Plotinus, Proclus, and the early fathers. But the scholastics are dangerous, being too Aristotelian. I would have you then, Holy Father, and all future popes, give orders that some of the books which I have named, prominent among those was the Hermetica, shall be continually taught everywhere, as I have taught them for the last. Make all men able in Italy, Spain, and France friendly to the Church, and perhaps even the German Protestants will follow their example, and return to the Catholic faith, it is much easier to win them back. Movement of the Earth, and in his chapter on the One, he expatiates on the theme of the One and the All. In Patrizi, we have an expounder of a new philosophy, strongly influenced by Hermetism and going back behind the more recent attempts to purify Hermetism of magic to the Ficinian atmosphere with its belief in Prisca Magia. The philosophy is anti-Aristotelian, in the sense that it claims to be more religious than Aristotle. Its author hopes that the Pope will use it in the counter-Reformation effort as a means of reviving religion and converting the Protestants. In 1592, Patrizi was called to Rome by Pope Clement VIII to teach the Platonic philosophy in the university. He must have gone to Rome full of hopes that this summons meant that he was to be allowed to teach and preach there the Hermetic counter-reformation, which he had outlined in his new universal philosophy. But critical voices were raised against his ideas. He got into trouble with the Inquisition and consented to revise and retract whatever was thought heretical in his book. But the book was eventually condemned, and though Patrizi was not otherwise punished, he seems to have retained his chair until his death in 1597. He was, in effect, silenced, and his efforts to put Hermes Trismegistus, contemporary of Moses, back into the church, as at Siena, did not receive official encouragement. His story illustrates the mental confusion of the late 16th century and how it was not easy, even for the most pious Catholic Platonists, like Patrizi, to realize how he stood theologically. The position about magic was being drawn up by Del Rio when Patrizi was in Rome, but was not yet published. Giordano Bruno was also the preacher of a new philosophy, which he expounded in Protestant England, and which was, as will be demonstrated in later chapters, basically Hermetic. In 1591, Bruno returned to Italy, hoping to interest Pope Clement VIII in his philosophy. But Bruno had taken the appalling step of abandoning the Christian interpretation of Hermetism, which was the whole foundation of pious religious Hermetism, whether Protestant or Catholic. Hence his fate as a Hermetic philosopher with a universal reforming mission was very much worse than that of Patrizi. As compared with the intense preoccupation with religious Hermetism on the continent of Europe in the 16th century, England was in a curious position of isolation, owing to the religious convulsions through which she passed. The adaptation of Catholic theology and a philosophy to Neoplatonism and the Prisca Theologia made a beginning in England with Thomas More, Jean Colet, and their circle. Colet was certainly touched with Ficinian influences, and his treatise on the pseudo-Dionysian Angelic hierarchies is an adaptation of English pre-Reformation Dionysian mysticism to the new Dionysianism. More greatly admired Pico della Mirandola, whose biography by G.F. Pico he translated into English for the edification of a nun. This biography contains references to Pico's interests, translated by More as the secret mysteries of the Hebrews, Chaldees, and Arabs, and ye old obscure philosophy of Pythagoras, Trismegistus, and Orpheus. Thus, at the very dawn of the 16th century, More's Life of Picus was printed in 1510, and he is thought to have made the translation 5 years earlier. The names of the Priscae Theologiae are enunciated by an Englishman. In More's Utopia, first published in Latin in 1516, the religion of the Utopians is thus described in Ralph Robinson's English translation. Some worship for God the Son, some the Mun, some other of the Planets. There be that give worship to a man, was ones of the excellent virtue or of famous glory, not only as God, but also as the chiefest and highest God. But the most and wisest part believe that there is a certain godly power, unknown, everlasting, incomprehensible, inexplicable, far above the capacity and reach of man's wit, dispersed throughout all the world, not in bigness, but in virtue and power. Him they call the Father of all. To him alone they attribute the beginnings, the increasings, the proceedings, the changes, and the ends of all things. Neither they give any divine honors to any other than him. I would suggest that there is Hermetic influence in this description of the religion practiced by the wisest of the Utopians, which prepared them to receive Christianity. But after they heard us speak of the name of Christ, you will not believe with how glad minds they agreed unto the same, whether it were by the secret inspiration of God, or else for that they thought it unto that opinion, which upon them is counted chiefest. The converted Utopians are then perhaps Christian Hermetists. At any rate, they already display the distinctive badge of religious Hermetism in the 16th century, the disapproval of the use of force in religious matters. When a Utopian converted to Christianity grew bigoted and began to condemn all other religions, he was sharply rebuked and banished. For this is one of the ancientest laws among them, that no man shall be blamed for resigning in the maintenance of his own religion. For King Utopus made a decree that it should be lawful for every man to favor and follow what religion he would, and that he might do the best he could to bring other to his opinion, so that he did it peaceably, gently, quietly, and soberly, without haste and contentious rebuking, and inveighing against other. If he could not, by fair and gentle speech, induce them into his opinion, yet he should use no kind of violence, and refrain from displeasante and insidious words. To him that would vehemently and fervently in this cause strive and contend was decreed banishment or bondage. And these quotes are written in Old English, so I'm trying to translate. Back to it. Thus did Thomas More enunciate the principles of religious toleration before the disasters of the 16th century had begun, before his own execution, before the fires had been lighted at Smithfield under Mary, before the torturing of Catholic missionaries under Elizabeth, before the French wars of religion and the massacre of St. Bartholomew, before the appalling cruelties of the Spaniards in the Netherlands, before the burning of Servetus by Calvin, before the burning of Giordano Bruno by the Inquisition. And if I am right in suggesting that the Utopians were Prisca theologi, who carried on some form of their earlier wisdom into Christianity, More indicates, before the disasters, the palliative to which the late 16th century turned, religious Hermetism. These beginnings of a development of pre-Reformation English Catholicism in new directions under the new Italian influence were cut short by the sinister turn of events in the later part of the reign of Henry VIII. With the death of More on the scaffold, a chapter in the history of thought which had only just begun was prematurely closed. The violently intolerant Protestant break with the past in the reign of Edward VI with its destruction of books and libraries, was followed by the equally violent Spanish Catholic intolerance of the reign of Mary. Under Elizabeth, the Reformation was established with an extreme party, the Puritans, in the ascendant. Puritan Anglicanism had quite lost the Erasmian tolerance. Bitterly resenting the persecutions of Mary's reign and dreading a repetition of Philip II should win the upper hand in Europe and regain hold of England, Puritan thought ran on the narrowly theological and drearily historical finds. Dreary in the sense that history reduced itself to a long tale of wickedness, of the popish past, and justification for the break of the English crown and church with Rome. Fox's Books of Martyrs, with its ghastly pictures of the Marian martyrs in this historical setting, is characteristic of the attitude. There is little trace of philosophy of any kind in Fox's book. No talk of Prisca Theologia went on in this atmosphere, nor was there any English ecclesiastical figure corresponding to a French bishop such as Pontus de Tirard, imbued with Neoplatonism and in touch with poets and musicians, and to an enthusiastic friar like Hannibal Roselli, immersed in Hermetism. If there was any interest in such things in England, it was not in officially established circles in church or university, but in private circles, such as Sir Philip Sidney's group of courtiers, studying number in the Three Worlds with John Dee, or in survivals of the more Colle tradition. As a Renaissance magus, Dee needed the medieval traditions on which to build, and these, in England, were broken and dispersed. The destruction of the monastic libraries caused Dee great anguish, and he tried to rescue as much of their contents as possible, which made him suspected not only as a conjurer, but as in sympathy with the papist past. An isolated and lonely figure, the modern magus collects the spiritual, and also the scientific, treasures from those great ruins which towered in broken majesty over the Elizabethan scene. He enjoyed the favor of Queen Elizabeth, to whom he was astrologer-in-chief, though she never gave him the endowed position for the prosecution of his studies, for which he pleaded. And a set of intellectual courtiers, led by Philip Sidney, chose him as their teacher in philosophy. Dee was not in England during the greater part of Bruno's stay. He left for his travels on the continent in the later part of the year, 1583, in which Bruno arrived. In 1585, when Bruno was in England, Dee was at Krakow, where he met the Hermetist Hannibal Roselli. I took ghostly counsel of Dr. Hannibal, the great divine, that had now set out some of his commentaries upon Pimander Hermes Trismegisti, writes Dee in his spiritual diary, and on the following day, I received a communion at the Bernardines, where that doctor is professor. This shows us where lay Dee's true spiritual home, in religious Hermetism. Dee was preparing himself by these religious practices for a bout of practical Kabbalah with Kelly, and he would need to keep himself safe that Christian angelic continuation in the celestial hierarchies, which was the constant theme of Dr. Hannibal's enthusiastic Dionysian Hermetic meditations, as his book shows. Sidney thus knew at least two types of Hermetism. He knew the non-magical type expounded by Duplessis Mornay. He knew Dee, who was a magus, but a Christian one, also a genuine scientist, having a genuine mathematical understanding of the Copernican theory. Bruno was to present him with yet another brand of Hermetism. We are at last ready for the eruption of Giordano Bruno into this book. We have been preparing for him all along, for it is only by putting him in the context of the history of Hermetism in the Renaissance that one can begin to understand this extraordinary man. Chapter 11. Giordano Bruno, First Visit to Paris. Giordano Bruno was born at Nola, a small town in the foothills of Vesuvius, in 1548. He never lost traces of this volcanic and Neapolitan region, and was proud to call himself the Nolan, born under a kindly sky. He entered the Dominican order in 1563 and became an inmate of the great Dominican convent in Naples, where Thomas Aquinas is buried. In 1576, he got into trouble for heresy and fled, abandoning his Dominican habit. Thereafter began his life of wandering through Europe. After trying Calvin's Geneva, which he did not like, nor was he liked by the Calvinists, and lecturing on the sphere of Sacrobosco for about 2 years at Toulouse, Bruno reached Paris sometime late in 1581. Here he gave public lectures, amongst them 30 readings on 30 divine attributes, and he attracted the attention of the king, Henry III. And here he published 2 books on the art of memory, which reveal him as a magician. As was explained in the preface, the present book aims at placing Bruno within the history of Renaissance Hermetism and magic. I hope to write another volume, similar in plan to this present one, to the aim of which will be to place Bruno within the history of the classical art of memory. The 2 strands converge, for Bruno's art of memory is a magical art, a hermetic art. It is this aspect of the mnemonic works of which I treat in this volume, reserving for the other book the fuller discussion of how the magic became absorbed into the mnemonic tradition. It is, however, necessary to say something about the classical art of memory as an introduction to this chapter. The Roman orators used a mnemonic which is described in the Ad Herennium and referred to by Caro and Quintilian. It consisted in memorizing a series of places in a building and attaching to these memorized places images to remind of the points of the speech. The orator, when delivering his speech, passed in imagination along the order of memorized places, plucking from them the images which were to remind him of his notions. Not only buildings could be used as a memory place system. Metrodorus of Skepsis is said to have used the zodiac as the foundation of his memory system. This classical art, usually regarded as purely mnemotechnical, had a long history in the Middle Ages and was recommended by Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas. In the Renaissance, it became fashionable among Neoplatonists and Hermetists. It was now understood as a method of printing basic or archetypal images on the memory, with the cosmic order itself as the place system, a kind of inner way of knowing the universe. The principle is already apparent in the passage in Ficino's De Vita Coelitus Caparanda, in which he describes how the planetary images, or colors, memorized as a painting on the vaulted ceiling, organized for the man who had so memorized them all of the individual phenomena which he perceived on coming out of his house. The Hermetic experience of reflecting the universe in the mind is, I believe, at the root of Renaissance magic memory, in which the classical mnemonic with places and images is now understood, or applied, as a method of achieving this experience by imprinting archetypal or magically activated images on the memory. By using magical or talismanic images as memory images, the magus hoped to acquire universal knowledge, and also powers, obtaining through the magical organization of the imagination a magically powerful personality, tuned in, as it were, to the powers of the cosmos. This amazing transformation, or adaptation, of the classical art of memory in the Renaissance has a history before Bruno, but in Bruno it reached a culmination. The De Umbris Idearum and the Cantus Circaeus, which we discuss in this chapter, are his two first works on magic memory. They reveal him as already a magician before he came to England. The De Umbris Idearum, published at Paris in 1582, is dedicated to Henry III. The dedication is preceded and followed by poems warning readers of the difficulty of the work which they are about to study, the entrance to which is rough and hard, but it promises a great reward. It may be compared to the statue of Diana at Chios, which showed a weeping face to those entering the temple, but a smiling face to those going out, or to the riddle of Pythagoras on Bicornus, one side rough and unwelcoming, the other leading to better things. This face and this riddle now seem hard, but those who immerse themselves in the depths of these shadows will find something to their advantage. A poem attributed to Merlin's wisdom describes the unsuitability of various animals to various actions. For example, pigs are not well adapted by nature for flying. The reader is therefore warned not to attempt the present work unless he feels equal to it. The combination of mysteriousness and bombast in these poetic signposts to the book sets a tone which it follows throughout. The book opens with a dialogue between Hermes, Philothemus, and Logofer. Hermes describes the knowledge or art about to be revealed as a sun. At its rising, the workers of darkness retreat into their lairs, but man and the creatures of light go out to their work. Dark creatures, sacred to night and to Pluto, are witches, toads, basilisks, or owls. These are banished. Creatures of light are the cock, the phoenix, the swan, the goose, the egg, the lynx, the ram, and the lion. These are awake and working. The herbs and flowers of light, such as the heliotrope or the lupin, banish the growths of the night. Hermes describes the illumination contained within the art, not only in these terms of animals and plants astrologically affiliated to the planet Sol, but also in terms of a philosophy which is based on the unerring intellect rather than on fallacious sense. He now speaks of circuits and hemicycles, of the movement of worlds, which many think to be animals or gods, of the power of the sun in this philosophy. Philothemus asks what is the book which Hermes holds in his hand, and he is told that it is the book on the shadows of ideas, the contents of which its author is in doubt whether or not to make known. Philothemus points out that no great work would be produced if such hesitations were allowed to prevail. The providence of the gods does not cease, as the Egyptian priests used to say, because of the statutes promulgated at various times by repressive Mercuries. The intellect does not cease to illuminate, and the visible sun does not cease to illuminate, because we do not always all turn towards it. Logofer now enters the conversation, adducing a large number of learned doctors, Magister ad hoc, Magister scopet, and so on, who think nothing of the art of memory. He cites the opinion of Magister Syncretism that nothing useful can be learned from the mnemonics of a Tullius, a Thomas Aquinas, or an Albertus Magnus. Logofer is very well informed about medicinal recipes for improving the memory, what diet is best for it, what regiment of life. Information such as this he regards as much more useful than that empty and deceptive art of memory which uses images and figures. The reaction to Philothemus to Logofer's speech is to remark that thus do crows caw, wolves howl, horses whinny, and so on. It is clear that Logofer is one of those who ought to heed the warning of Merlin and not attempt to discuss things which are beyond him. In these 7 or 8 opening pages of dialogue, in De Umbris Idearum, written in Paris before coming to England, we already have the outline which the dialogues to be written in England will follow, both as to dramatis personae and as to imagery. The sage who expounds the new Copernican philosophy in the dialogues published in England is called either Philoteo or Teophilo, and stands for the Nolan himself, he who has both admiring disciples and criticizing opponents, pedants who attack him. The pervading imagery of the dialogues published in England is already present here. The rising sun of mysterious revelation with which is associated a Copernican natural philosophy, the creatures of light and the creatures of darkness ranged for and against the revelation, just as here the pendants with their non-solar characteristics are ranged against the sages. And the dialogue in the De Umbris Idearum makes it quite clear that the instructor of Philothemus, and therefore of Philoteo or Teophilo of the Nolan of Giordano Bruno, is Hermes Trismegistus. It is Hermes who hands the book with the new philosophy and the new art in it to Philothemus, and this is the book on the shadows of ideas by Giordano Bruno, which is, in fact, written by Hermes. That is to say, it is a book about magic, and a very strong solar magic. The allusion to the lament of the Asclepius, describing how the magical religion of the Egyptians came in late, bad times to be forbidden by legal statutes, relates this new Hermetic revelation vouchsafed to Giordano Bruno to the Egyptian religion, the religion of the intellect or of the mind, reached beyond the worship of the visible sun. Those who forbade that religion by law were, in the Augustinian interpretation of the lament, the Christians, whose purer religion superseded that of the Egyptians. But, according to Bruno, the false Christian Mercuries have suppressed the better Egyptian religion, an anti-Christian interpretation of Hermetism, of which much more evidence will be adduced from Bruno's works later on. Though most heedful of Merlin's warnings, and very doubtful whether we can claim to be a solar animal or bird, let us nevertheless attempt to penetrate a little further into the mysterious shadows of the ideas. The book is arranged in groupings of 30. First, there are 30 short paragraphs or chapters about intentiones, or seeking the light of the divinity through having an intention of the will towards shadows or reflections of it. There are some references in this to the Kabbalists and to the imagery of Solomon in his Canticle. It is illustrated by a wheel divided into 30 lettered divisions, with the sun at the center of it. All the intentions are toward the sun, not merely the visible sun, but the divine intellect, of which it is an image. The lettered wheel is certainly a lullist element in the book, and reflects the lullist principle of basing an art upon divine attributes represented by letters. It probably connects, too, with those lectures on 30 divine attributes which Bruno gave in Paris, and of which we do not have the text. Then come 30 short chapters on concepts of ideas. These are vaguely neoplatonic, with several mentions of Plotinus. Without making direct quotations from it, the work which Bruno chiefly has in mind is Ficino's De Vita Coelitus Caparanda. He is really here alluding, though in a confused way, to Ficino's Plotinizing of celestial images, and preparing the way for the lists of such images upon which the magic memory system is based. The lists of these images take up a considerable part of the book. They are arranged in 30 groups, each subdivided into sets of 5, making 150 images in all. First come the images of the 36 deacons, beginning of course. There ascends in the first face of Ares a dark man of immense stature, with burning eyes, angry face, and clothed in a white garment. The fearless Bruno does not hesitate to inscribe in his memory the images of the Egyptian Deccan demons. As E. Garin has pointed out, Bruno has taken the list ascribed to Tuker the Babylonian of the 36 deacon images, almost entirely from Cornelius Agrippa's De Occulta Philosophique. Then come 49 images of the planets, 7 for each planet. For example, first image of Saturn, a man with a stag's head on a dragon, with an owl which is eating a snake in his right hand. Bruno's planet images are close to those given by Agrippa, though with some variation. Next come 28 images for all the mansions of the moon, and 1 image of the Draco Lunae. All these correspond very closely indeed to those given by Agrippa. Finally, Bruno gives 36 images, which he associates with the 12 houses into which a horoscope is divided. These images are peculiar and have not yet been traced to any known type. Probably Bruno invented them. Agrippa, his chief authority, says that one can make up astrological images for special purposes. He was an expert in the composition or invention of magic images, for the last book which he published in 1591 is about the composition of images, by which he means talismanic or magic images. Bruno has returned to Ficino's use of talismans with a vengeance, and without any of Ficino's Christian inhibitions, for he believes in Hermetic Egyptianism as better than Christianity. And, to those familiar with the literature of magic, the very title of his book would have suggested magic, for Ciso de Ascoli, a famous magician of the 14th century who was burned at the stake, cites in his necromantic commentary on the sphere of Sacrobosco a book called Liber de Umbris Iderum, which he attributes to Solomon. By his rejection of Christianity and his enthusiastic adoption of Hermetic Egyptianism, Bruno moves back towards a darker, more medieval necromancy, whilst at the same time retaining the elaborate Platonizing by Ficino of the talismans. Extraordinary though this may seem, I believe that Bruno's shadows of ideas are the magic images, the archetypal images in the heavens which are closer to the ideas of the divine mind than things here below. And it is possible that Ficino, in his frequent uses of the words shadows, may sometimes mean this too. The magic images were placed on the wheel of the memory system to which corresponded other wheels, on which were remembered all the physical contents of the terrestrial world, elements, stones, metals, herbs and plants, animals, birds, and so on, and the whole sum of human knowledge accumulated through the centuries, through the images of 150 great men and inventors. The possessor of this system thus rose above time and reflected the whole universe of nature and of man in his mind. I believe, as already suggested, that the reason why such a memory system as this is a hermetic secret may be because of the allusions in the Corpus Hermeticum to Gnostic reflection of the universe in the mind, and at the end of Poemander, when the initiate engraves within him the benefit of Poemander, or as in Corpus Hermeticum 11, resumed in chapter 2 of this book as Egyptian reflections of the universe in the mind. I quote now again from the concluding paragraph of that resume. Unless you make yourself equal to God, you cannot understand God, for the like is not intelligible save to the like. Make yourself grow to a greatness beyond measure, by a bound free yourself from the body. Raise yourself above all time, become eternity. Then you will understand God. Believe that nothing is impossible for you. Think yourself immortal and capable of understanding all arts, all sciences, the nature of every living being. Mount higher than the highest height, descend lower than the lowest depth. Draw into yourself all sensations of everything created, fire and water, dry and moist, imagining that you are everywhere, on earth, in the sea, in the sky, that you are not yet born, in the maternal womb, adolescent, old, dead, beyond death. If you embrace in your thought all things at once, times, places, substances, qualities, quantities, you may understand God. By engraving in memory the celestial images, archetypal images, in the heavens which are shadows, near to the ideas in the divine mens, on which all things below depend, Bruno hopes, I believe, to achieve this Egyptian experience, to become in true Gnostic fashion the Aeon, having the divine powers within him. By imprinting the figures of the zodiac on the fantasy, you may gain possession of a figurative art which will assist not only the memory, but all the powers of the soul in a wonderful way. When you conform yourself to the celestial forms, you will arrive from the confused plurality of things at the underlying unity. For when the parts of the universal species are not considered separately, but in relation to their underlying order, what is there that we may not understand, memorize, and do? Bruno's magic memory system thus represents the memory of a magus, one who both knows the reality beyond the multiplicity of appearances, through having conformed his imagination to the archetypal images, and also has powers through this insight. It is the direct descendant of Ficino's neoplatonic interpretation of the celestial images, but carried to a much more daring extreme. The Egyptian character of the art described in De Umbris Idearum was strongly emphasized by Bruno's Scottish disciple, Alexander Dixon, who published in London in 1583 an imitation of it prefaced by a dialogue in which Mercurius and Theot are speakers, both names of Hermes Trismegistus, the Egyptian. The other book on memory magic, published in Paris, has for its heroine that great sorceress, Circe, the daughter of the sun. The title of it is Canto Circaeus, and it is dedicated by Jean Regnault to Henry de Angoulême, Grand Prior de France, an important personage at the French court, for he was semi-royal, being the illegitimate son of Henry II. Regnault says that Bruno has given him the manuscript and asked him to edit it for publication. Published in 1582, the same year as the De Umbris Idearum, it is later that the work, which is referred to in the preface as having later been dedicated to the most Christian king. It opens with a terrific incantation to the sun by Circe, mentioning all his names, attributes, animals, birds, metals, and so on. From time to time, her assistant, Morris, has to look out to inspect the line of the sun's rays and to see if the incantation is working. There is a distinct, though slightly garbled reference to Ficino's De Vita Coelitas Caparanda in this incantation, on the sun as the vehicle of inscrutable powers reaching us from the ideas through reasons in the soul of the world, and on the power of herbs, plants, stones, and so on to attract spiritus. Circe then makes equally terrific, though not quite so long, incantations to Luna, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, finally adjuring all the 7 rulers to listen to her. She is, at the same time, doing magic with arrangements of plants, stones, etc., and holding out writings of the sacred gods on a plate, drawing characters in the air, whilst Morris is instructed to unfold a parchment on which are most potent noti, the mystery of which is hidden from all mortals. Bruno's main source for the incantations in this work, as for his celestial images in the De Umbris, is the De Occulta Philosophia of Cornelius Agrippa. I quote, for comparison, parts of the incantation to Venus from Bruno and Agrippa. Bruno: Venus alma, formosa, pulcherrima, amica, benuolo, gratiosa, dulcis, amena, candida, sideria, dionea, olens, iocosa, afrogenia, focunda, gratiosa, larga, beneficia, placida, deliciosa, ingeniosa, igna, concilatrix, maxima, amorum domina. Agrippa: Venus vocator domina, alma formosa, sideria, candida, pulchra, placida, multipotens, focunda, domina, amoris et pulchritudinis, seculorum progenis, hominique parens initialis, quae primus rerum exordis sexum diversitatem geminato amore sociavit, et aeterna subulc hominum animaliumque genera quietidi propagat, regina omnium gaudiorum domina laetitai. This and other planetary incantations in Bruno and Agrippa are not identical, but Bruno has based himself on Agrippa's versions, adding or changing at will, just as he based himself on the Agrippan star images, with variations. The Circean incantations, or cantus, is said to be ad memoriae praxim ordinatus, and is followed by an art of memory. If we think back for a moment to the solar rites described by Ficino's disciple, Diaceto, in which the solar talisman was cultivated with rituals and Orphic hymns until the imagination was emotionally disposed to receive a kind of imprint, it may seem that the planetary incantations of Circe were disposing the imagination to receive imprints of planetary images. The adept would then proceed to the art of memory with an imagination already stamped with celestial images, the necessary preliminary for magic memory. I am not sure if this is the right explanation of the unexplained connection between the incantations and the following art of memory, but it is a possible one. The comparison with genuinely Ficinian magic, with its elegance, its graceful and learned incantations in the form of Orphic hymns, brings out the reactionary and barbaric character of Bruno's wild magic in the Canto Circaeus. This may have been intentional in order to get a stronger magic. Addressing the sun, Circe says, Adesto secris filii tuae circus votus, si intento castoque tibi adsum animo, si dignis pro facilitate ritibus me praesento, and tibi facilis aras struximus, ad sunt tua tibi redolentia thura, sandalorumque rubentium fumus, en tertio susurrui barbara, and in arcana carmina. Here are the altars and the fumigations, as in the Ficinian solar rite, but the incantations, instead of being Orphic hymns to the sun, are Barbara and Arcana Carmina. There is some kind of moral reform implied in Circe's magic. She asks, where is Astrea, the justice of the Golden Age, threatens evildoers, calls on the gods to restore virtue, and as a result of her magic, men are turned into beasts, and this, quite contrary to the usual interpretation of the Circe story, is a good thing because wicked men are less harmful in their true animal forms. There are, however, beautiful and virtuous animals and birds which fly. From the night of evil. The cock is the most beautiful, tuneful, noble, generous, magnanimous, solar, imperial, almost divine creature, and when it has vanquished evil cocks in conflict, it shows its supremacy in song. The cock, of course, represents the French monarchy. There are, as F. Tocco pointed out, curious anticipations of the Spacio della Bestia Trionfante in Circe's reform movement, though, like all the 19th century liberal admirers of Giordano Bruno, Tocco was quite oblivious of the magic. Was in Die Country. We have only Bruno's words for these letters of introduction, but I think that is probably true. We know that he did stay with the ambassador the whole time, and we know too, from one of Bruno's books, that the ambassador protected him from the tumults aroused by his writings and behavior. In some of those books, published in England, Bruno said things which no native of the country, in that time of strict censorship and supervision, would have been allowed to say. That he published what he did and was not imprisoned or punished in some way strongly suggests, I think, that he had some kind of diplomatic protection, such as a letter of introduction to the French ambassador from the French king himself would have provided. It is therefore possible that it was Henry III who, by sending Bruno into England on some mission, albeit sub rosa, changed the course of his life from that of a wandering magician into that of a very strange kind of missionary indeed. The English ambassador in Paris, Henry Cobham, warned the ever-watchful Francis Walsingham in a dispatch dated March 1583 of Bruno's impending arrival. Dr. Giordano Bruno Nolano, a professor in philosophy, intends to pass into England, whose religion I cannot commend. Note that it is Bruno's religion, not his philosophy, which the ambassador feels that he cannot commend, perhaps an understatement. If the reader feels somewhat aghast at the state of mind of a noted philosopher of the Renaissance as revealed in this chapter, and is inclined to agree rather strongly with the ambassador, I cannot blame him. But if we want the truth about the history of thought, we must omit nothing. Giordano Bruno, Hermetic magician of a most extreme type, is now about to pass into England to expound his new philosophy. Chapter 12. Giordano Bruno in England, the Hermetic Reform. Bruno opened his campaign in England with a volume dedicated to the French ambassador, containing an Art of Memory, which is a reprint from the one in the Canto Circaeus, and 2 other works entitled Explicatio Triginta Sigillorum and Sigillus Sigillorum. The 30 groupings of the seals shows that he is still moving in the mystico-magico realms of the De Umbris Idearum, and in fact, the whole volume is a further development of the exploration of memory as a major instrument in the formation of a magus, which he had begun in the 2 books published in Paris. There he had gained a lectureship and the attention of the king by such efforts, and he hoped to achieve similar results in England, for, after the dedication to the ambassador, there is an address to the most excellent Vice-Chancellor of Oxford University and to its celebrated doctors and teachers, which opens as follows. Philotheus Giordano Brunus Nolanus, doctor of a more abstruse theology, professor of a purer and more innocuous wisdom, noted in the best academies of Europe, an approved and honorably received philosopher, a stranger nowhere save amongst the barbarous and the ignoble, the waker of sleeping souls, tamer of presumptuous and recalcitrant ignorance, proclaimer of a general philanthropy, who does not choose out the Italian more than the Briton, the male more than the female, the mitred head more than the crowned head, the man in the toga more than the armed man, the cowled man more than the man without a cowl, but him who is the more peaceable-minded, the more civilized, the more loyal, the more useful, who regards not the anointed head, the forehead signed with the cross, the washed hands, the circumcised penis, but, where the man may be known by his face, the culture of the mind and soul, who is hated by the propagators of foolishness and hypocrites, but sought out by the honest and the studious, and whose genius the more noble applaud. This certainly arrests the attention, and if any of the doctors addressed in so striking a manner by this rather threateningly tolerant writer looked into the book, he would have seen at once that it is about some extremely obscure kind of magic. In fact, to discover this, he need have looked no further than the title page, on which the reader is informed that he will find here whatever he is seeking through logic, metaphysics, Kabbalah, natural magic, arts long and short. The book, indeed, sets forth Bruno's appallingly complex combination of magia and Kabbalah with Lullism and the art of memory. In June 1583, the Polish Prince Albert Alasko, or Lasky, visited Oxford, and by order of the Queen, was sumptuously entertained with banquets, plays, and public disputations. From John Dee's diary, it would appear that Sir Philip Sidney accompanied the prince to Oxford, for Dee says that Sidney brought Alasko to visit him at Mortlake on their way back from Oxford. Bruno states in his Scena de la Scénarii that he took part in the disputes organized at Oxford for the entertainment of Alasko. The Catholics gave a series of reasons why their faith is the true one, as compared with the Protestants. For example, they have the authority of tradition and the fathers. Heresy is no new thing, and modern heresies are but repetitions of ancient heresies. By those of their faith, miraculous works are done, but not by the Protestants. Catholics see visions, and Protestants do not. Catholics are all agreed as one in their faith, whereas heretics are divided amongst themselves. George Abbott, whose leanings were definitely Calvinist and Puritan, took up the task of replying to Hill and to Bristow, on whom Hill was founded, in a work published in 1604 by Joseph Barnes, printer to the university, and entitled The Reasons which Dr. Hill hath brought for the upholding of papistry, which is falsely termed the Catholic religion, unmasked, and shewed to be very weak, and upon examination most insufficient for that purpose. Who would have dreamed of looking in a work with such a title as this for new light on Giordano Bruno? Yet this is the book in which R. McNulty made his remarkable discovery. Here is the passage. When that Italian did dapper, who intitulated himself Philotheus Giordanus Brunus Nolanus, Magus Elaborata Theologia Doctor, and Margin Prefet in Explicatio Triginta Sigilorum, with a name longer than his body, had in train of an Alasco, the Polish Duke, seen our university in the year 1583, his heart was on fire, to make himself by some worthy exploit to become famous in that salubrious place. Not long after returning again, when he had more boldly than wisely got up into the highest place of our best and most renowned, stripping up his sleeves like some juggler, and telling as much of the centrum and circulus and circumferentia after the pronunciation of his country language, he undertook among them very many other matters to set on foot the opinions of Copernicus, that the earth did go round, and the heavens did stand still, whereas in truth it was his own head which rather did run round, and his brains did not stand still. When he had rest his first lecture, a grey man, and both then and now of good place in that university, seemed to himself somewhere to have read those things which the doctor propounded, but silencing his conceit till he heard him the second time, remembered himself, and repaying for to his study, found both the former and later lecture taken almost verbatim out of the works of Marsilius Ficinus, margin de vita coelitus caparanda, wherewith, when he had acquainted that rare and excellent ornament of our land, the Reverend Bishop of Durham, that now is, but then the Dean of Christ's Church, so it was the first thought to fit, to notify to the illustrious reader so much as they had discovered. But afterward, he who gave the first light did most wisely entreat that once more they might make trial of him, and if he persevered to abuse himself, and that auditory the third time, they should then do their pleasure. After which, Jordanus continued to be idem Jordanus. They caused some to make known unto him their former patience, and the panics, and the pains which he had taken with them, and so with great honesty of the little man's part, there was an end of that matter. What a marvelous scene! There is the magus announcing the Copernican theory in the context of the astral magic and sun worship of the De Vita Coelitus Caparanda. There is the grave man thinking that he has read something like this somewhere and going to his study to fetch his Ficino. Do they understand what it's all about? Perhaps not, but the word juggler is significant, suggesting the magician. Abbott introduces Bruno into his rampantly anti-Catholic book when he is replying to the Bristow Hill argument that the Catholics have unite and consent, while the heretics quarrel. He wants to underline that Hill is unoriginal, only repeating Bristow's material, and Bruno is drawn in as another example of cribbing, detected at Oxford in the act of delivering lectures which were all out of Ficino. This is so flimsy a pretext for dragging the Bruno episode that there must be more behind it. Abbott evidently knew something of one of Bruno's books. He had seen the address to the Oxford doctors in the Explicatio Triginta Sigillorum. If he had delved deeper into that work, he would have found it a defense of good magical religion, based on Cornelius Agrippa's De Occulta Philosophia. This alone might account for his including an attack on the Italian juggler in his attack on the Catholics who had defended their religion for its power to do miracles. Moreover, in his Scena della Scenerie, ostensibly about the Copernican theory, Bruno had referred to his experiences at Oxford, violently abusing the pedants who had interrupted his lectures there. An example of his language has been given in the quotation already made. In his De la Causa Principio e Uno, Bruno makes some apology for his attack on Oxford, but this takes the form of comparing pre-Reformation Oxford with the university of the present day, to the disadvantage of the latter. Neither is the memory passed away of those who nourished in this place, Oxford, before speculative studies were to be found in other parts of Europe, although their language was barbarous and they were friars by profession. From the principles of metaphysics, which they laid down, was derived the splendor of a most rare and noble part of philosophy, now in our times almost extinct, which was diffused to other academies in the non-barbarian provinces. But what has disquieted me and caused me both annoyance and amusement is that, although I have found no purer Latin and Greek than here in Oxford, for the rest, I speak of the generality, they make a boast of being totally different from their predecessors, who, caring little for eloquence and the niceties of grammar, were all intent on those kind of speculations, which these men call sophisms. But I esteem much more highly the metaphysics of those bygone students, in which respect they went far beyond their lord and master, Aristotle, than anything that these of the present age have to show, for all their Ciceronian eloquence and rhetorical art. This apology really apologizes for nothing, for though it expresses deep admiration for the friars of the old Oxford, it really complains, again, that those who have replaced them are grammarian pedants, which was what he called the Oxford doctors in the abuse in the Scena. Bruno would have preferred to meet one of the old barbarous friars at Oxford rather than the Ciceronians of the present day. Perhaps the Prince Alasco was also not quite satisfied, since Signy took him to see Dee, the conjurer, after his visit to Oxford. Though allowance must be made for Abbott's natural animus against the magician who had attacked Oxford, I see no reason to doubt his evidence that Bruno in his lectures there associated Copernicus on the sun with Ficino's De Vita Coelitus Caparanda, a priceless piece of information. It confirms that we should expect from our study of the magical works published in Paris. And Abbott's inclusion of his attack on Bruno in his anti-Catholic controversial work suggests that he had also seen a religious meaning in Bruno's Ficinian Copernicanism. The works in the form of dialogues written in Italian, which Bruno published in England, are usually classified as moral and philosophical. In the following pages, I hope to show that both Bruno's proposed moral reform and his philosophy are related to his Hermetic religious mission, a mission in which Ficino's magic becomes expanded into a projected full restoration of the magical religion of the pseudo-Egyptians of the Asclepius. Since the full Egyptian character of Bruno's message comes out very clearly in one of the so-called moral dialogues, the Spacio della Bestia Trionfante, I shall discuss this first, passing in the next chapter to the Scena della Scenerie, a so-called philosophical dialogue, in which the message is translated into terms of the Copernican philosophy. A basic theme of Bruno's Spacio della Bestia Trionfante, 1584, is the glorification of the magical religion of the Egyptians. Their worship was really the worship of God in things. For diverse living things represent diverse spirits and powers, which beyond the absolute being which they have, obtain a being communicated to all things according to their capacity and measure, whence God as a whole, though not totally, but in some more, in some less excellently, is in all things. For Mars is more efficaciously in natural vestiges and modes of substance, in a viper or scorpion, nay, even in an onion or garlic, than in any inanimate picture or statue. Thus one should think of soul as being in a crocus, a daffodil, a sunflower, in the cock, in the lion, and thus one should conceive of each of the gods through each of the species grouped under the diverse genuses of the ends. As the divinity descends in a certain manner, in so much as it communicates itself to nature, so there is an ascent made to the divinity through nature. Thus, through the light which shines in natural things, one mounts up to the life which presides over them. And in truth, I see how the wise men, by these means, had power to make familiar, affable, and the domestic gods, which, through the voices which came out of the statues, gave counsels, doctrines, divinations, and superhuman teachings. Whence, with magical and divine rites, they ascended to the height of the divinity by that same scale of nature by which the divinity descends to the smallest things by the communication of itself. But what seems to me most deplorable is that I see some senseless and foolish idolaters, who no more intimate the excellence of the cult of Egypt than the shadow approximates to the nobility of the body, and who seek the divinity, of which they know nothing, in the excrements of dead and inanimate things, and who not only mock at those divine and deep-seeing worshippers, but also at us, reckoning us to be no better than beasts. And what is worse, they triumph at seeing their foolish rites in such repute, whilst those of others are vanished and annulled. Let this not trouble you, Momus, said Isis, since fate has ordained a vicissitude of darkness and light. But the worst of it is, said Momus, that they hold it for certain that they arc in the light. And Isis replied that darkness would not be darkness to them if they knew it. Those wise men, then, in order to obtain certain benefits and gifts from the gods, by means of a profound magic, made use of certain natural things in which the divinity was latent, and through which the divinity was able and willing to communicate itself for certain effects. Whence those ceremonies were not vain fancies, but living voices which reached the very ears of the gods. Needless to say, this is based on the God-making passage in the Asclepius, explained as done by profound magic, and as belonging to the magical religion of the Egyptians, which Bruno states that he prefers to any other religion. He further expands his view of the Egyptian religion on some later pages. Thus crocodiles, cocks, onions, and turnips were never worshipped for themselves, but the gods and divinity in crocodiles, cocks, and other things, which divinity was, is, and will be found in diverse subjects, in so far as they are mortal at certain times and places, successively and all at once, that is to say, the divinity according as it is near and familiar to these things, not the divinity as it is most high, absolute in self, and without relation to the things produced. You see, then, how one simple divinity, which is in all things, one fecund nature, mother and preserver of the universe, shines forth in diverse subjects, and takes diverse names, according as it communicates itself diversely. You see how one must ascend to this one by the participation in diverse gifts, for it would be in vain to attempt to catch water in a net, or a fish in a plate. Hence, in the two bodies which are nearest to our globe and Divine Mother, the sun and the moon, they conceive is the life which informs things according to two principal reasons. Then they understand life according to 7 other reasons, distributing it to 7 wandering stars, to which, as to the original principle and fecund cause, they reduce the differences in species in each genus, saying of plants, animals, stones, and influences, and other things, that these belong to Saturn, these to Jupiter, these to Mars, and so on. And so also parts and members, colors, seals, characters, signs, images, are distributed under 7 species. But notwithstanding all this, they were not ignorant that one is the divinity which is in all things, which, as it diffuses and communicates itself in innumerable ways, so it has innumerable names, and by innumerable ways, with reasons proper and appropriate to each one, it is to be sought, whilst with innumerable rites it is honored and cultivated, by which we seek to obtain innumerable kinds of favors from it. For this is needed, that wisdom and judgment, that art and industry and use of the intellectual light, which is revealed to the world from the intelligible sun, sometimes more strongly, sometimes less strongly, which habit is called magia, and this, when it is directed to supernatural principles, is divine. When towards the contemplation of nature and scrutiny of her secrets, it is called natural, and it is called middle or mathematical, as it consists in reasons and acts of the soul, which is on the horizon, corporeal and spiritual, spiritual and intellectual. And, to return to our purpose, said Isis to Momus, the stupid and senseless idolators had no reason to laugh at the magic and divine cult of the Egyptians, who in all things and in all effects, according to the proper reasons of each, contemplated the divinity, and knew how through the species which are in the wombs of nature to receive those benefits which they desired from her. For, as she gives fish to the sea and rivers, deserts to wild animals, metals to the mines, fruits to the trees, so they give certain lots, virtues, fortunes, and impressions to certain parts of certain animals, beasts, and plants. Hence the divinity in the sea was called Neptune, in the sun, Apollo, in the earth, Ceres, in the deserts, Diana, and diversely in all other species, which, like diverse ideas, were diverse divinities in nature, all of which referred to one deity of deities, and fountain of the ideas above nature. What is Giordano Bruno doing here? It is quite simple. He is taking Renaissance magic back to its pagan source, abandoning the feeble efforts of Ficino to do a little harmless magic, whilst disguising its main source in the Asclepius, utterly flouting the religious Hermetists who tried to have a Christian Hermetism without the Asclepius, proclaiming himself a full Egyptian who, like Celsus, in his anti-Christian arguments, quoted by Origen, deplores the destruction by the Christians of the worship of the natural gods of Greece and of the religion of the Egyptians, through which they approached the divine ideas, the intelligible Son, the one of Neoplatonism. Hence he can quote in full the lament from the Asclepius, translating its moving cadences into Italian. The marvelous magical religion of the Egyptians will return. Their moral laws will replace the chaos of the present age. The prophecy of the lament will be fulfilled, and the sign in heaven proclaiming the return of Egyptian light to dispel the present darkness was, as we shall see in the next chapter, the Copernican sun. The Ficinian Neoplatonizing of the Asclepian magic is very clear in some of the passages quoted above, particularly in the use of the word reasons for basic stellar influences, which recalls the opening of the De Vita Coelitus Caparanda. There is also an influence of Cornelius Agrippa in the classification of magia into divine or supernatural, middle or mathematical, and natural. To know more of, for example, the colors, seals, characters, signs, images belonging to the 7 planets, the reader would naturally turn to Agrippa's useful book. Bruno's Egyptianism is thus that of a complete modern magus, deriving ultimately from Ficino, but having passed through the Agrippa stage. And Bruno openly proclaims his Egyptianism as a religion. It is the good religion which is overwhelmed in darkness when the Christians destroyed it, forbade it by statutes, and substituted worship of dead things, foolish rites, bad moral behavior, and constant wars, for the Egyptian natural religion with its neoplatonic basis, and the Egyptian good moral laws. Mercurio Egizio Sapientissimo is, for Bruno, the name of the divine wisdom itself, and the Spacio della Bestia Trionfante outlines a coming religious and moral reform. The peculiarity of the reform in the Spacio is that it begins in the heavens. It is the images of the constellations of the zodiac and of the northern and southern constellations, which are reformed or cleansed through a council of the planetary gods, which is summoned by Jupiter for this purpose. Amongst the speakers in this celestial council conducting the celestial reform are the divine Sophia, Isis, and Momus. The idea of a reform beginning in the heavens with the rearranging or cleansing of the celestial images, whence the lower world is reformed through the reform of the celestial influxes upon it, might have been suggested to Bruno by a Hermetic treatise, not one of the familiar ones in the Corpus Hermeticum, but one of those preserved by Stobaeus in his anthology. This is the treatise known as the Cor Cosmou, or Daughter or Virgin of the World, or in Patrizi's Latin translation as the Minerva Mundi. It is in the form of a dialogue between Isis and her son Horus, in which Momus is also one of the speakers. Isis begins by describing the creation, an early stage of which was the arrangement of the celestial images on which all things below depend. The things of the lower world were then created, but this lower nature was unsatisfactory. God therefore decided to create man, so he called an assembly of the gods who offered to help, each planetary god giving man its distinctive gifts. But things went well from bad to worse, so God again convoked the gods in a plenary assembly, just as Jupiter convokes the gods in Bruno's Spacio to conduct a reform. Ignorance which had reigned supreme was driven out, the pollution of the elements was cleansed, and they received a second efflux of the divine nature. The treatise ends with the praises of Isis and Osiris, who have put an end to slaughter and have restored justice, who, having learned from Hermes that things below must be kept in sympathy with things above, have instituted on earth the sacred functions vertically linked with the mysteries of heaven. This treatise is very obscure, and I've picked out from it only certain points for comparison with Bruno's Spacio, in which the divine Sophia, Isis, and Momus, but not Horus, are among the speakers, which is concerned with the convoking of an assembly of the gods to reform themselves and the celestial images, whence there is to come a general reform of mankind involving a return of the Egyptian religion and ethics. There is, further, a curious vein of Lucianic familiarity in the treatment of the gods in the Hermetic Treatise. Momus is a character much used by Lucian, which is also typical of the Spacio. The Chore Cosmo was first published in 1591, grouped with the other Hermetic writings, and with a Latin translation by Patrizzi. If Bruno knew it before 1584, the date of the publication of the Spacio, he must therefore have known it, either through manuscript translations circulating amongst Hermetists, or he must have read it in the original Greek in Stobaeus. Up, up, O ye gods, and remove from heaven all these specters, statues, figures, images, pictures, histories of our avarice, lusts, thefts, hatreds, contempts, and shames. May this dark and gloomy night of our errors pass away, for the dawn of a new day of justice invites us, and lets us place ourselves in such a manner that the rising sun does not disclose our uncleanness. We must purify ourselves and make ourselves beautiful. We must place ourselves, I say, first in the intellectual heaven, which is within us, and then in the sensible and corporeal heaven, which presents itself to our eyes. Let us remove from the heaven of our minds the bear of deformity, the arrow of detraction, the horse of levity, the dog of murmuring, the little dog of flattery. Let us banish the Hercules of violence, the lyre of conspiracy, the triangle of impiety, the boots of inconstancy, and the Cephas of cruelty. May the dragon of envy be far away from us, and the swan of imprudence, the Cassiopeia of vanity, and the Andromeda of laziness, the Perseus of vain anxiety. Let us chase away the Ophiuchus of evil speaking, the eagle of arrogance, the dolphin of lust, the horse of impatience, the hydra of concupiscence. Let us put far from us the Caius of gluttony, the Orion of ferocity, the river of superfluities, the Gorgon of ignorance, the hare of timidity. Let us no longer carry in our breast the Argo of avarice and the cup of insobriety, the balance of iniquity, the Cancer of slowness, and the Capricorn of deception. Let us not the Scorpio of fraud come near us, nor the Centaur of animal affection, the altar of superstition, the crown of pride, the fish of unworthy silence. May the twins of indecent familiarity fall with them, and the bull of concern for mean things, the ram of inconsiderateness, the lion of tyranny, and the Aquarius of dissoluteness, the virgin of fruitless conversation, and the Sagittarius of detraction. If we thus purge our habitations, O ye gods, if we thus renew our heaven, the constellations and influences shall be new, the impressions and fortunes shall be new, for all things depend on this upper world. These words are part of a speech made by Jupiter in the Spacio to an assembly or general council of the celestial gods. The almighty thunderer feels that he grows old, and he is in a mood of penitence. Casting his eyes around the heavens, he perceives that the images of the 48 constellations are either in the ugly forms of animals, like that great deformed bear, the Ursa Major, or like Aries and Taurus, and other animal forms of the zodiac, or their images recall shameful actions of the gods, like the lyre which reminds of the thefts of Mercury, or Hercules and Perseus, who are his own bastards. The assembled gods in their conclave are therefore to consider, each in turn, the images of the constellations, beginning with the Bear and the other northern constellations, passing along the 12 signs of the zodiac, and concluding with a survey of the southern constellations. Jupiter had perhaps provided each member of the celestial board with a copy of one of which mounts magnanimity and public spirit. In Corvus, magia divina replaces imposture. We can already begin to see, in part, what the Brunian reform of the heavens means. The prophecy at the end of the lament is coming true. The old age of the world after the collapse of the Egyptian religion and the Egyptian moral laws is over. The magical religion mounts up again into the sky, and so do the virtues of the Egyptian society. Some of the vices overcome are the same as those mentioned in the lament, for example, fraud. And with the lament, Bruno is associating another Egyptian work, namely Corpus Hermeticum 13, with its description of how, in the regenerated soul, the decade of the powers replaces the dodecade of the vices, associated with bad influences of the stars. He is not following this numbering, but the idea of the moral regeneration taking place in the cosmological setting can now be recognized as undoubtedly Hermetic in origin. The names of the gods who attended the reforming council and conduct the reform of the heavens are nowhere listed, but we know who they are from the names of the speakers in the deliberations of the council, summoned by Jupiter. The council was attended by Apollo, Mercury, Saturn, Mars, Venus, Diana. These are, of course, the planetary gods, with Sol and Luna under their Olympian names. Others present were Juno, Minerva, Neptune, and Isis, the latter being a very prominent speaker. In the dedication to Sydney, Bruno explains that the gods represent the virtues and powers of the soul, and that since, in every man, there is a world, a universe, the reform of the heavens is the reform, or the production, of a personality. Jupiter says, in the speech already quoted, that the reform begins in the minds of the gods themselves, who are to place themselves in the intellectual heaven within them, to drive from the heaven of their minds the bad qualities and replace them with good qualities. It is this interior reform of the gods themselves which is reflected all round the vault of heaven as the virtues rise to replace the vices in the 48 constellations. It is thus a personality which is being formed in the Spacio, a personality whose powers are being formed into a successful whole. What kind of personality? That we can know by looking round the heavens and reading off the victorious good qualities in the constellations. It is a predominantly solar personality, for Apollo is the patron of magic and divination. This personality is the prophet and leader of a revival of magical religion. The triumph of good solar characteristics is witnessed in, for example, Draco, where Apollo, with his magic charms, the dragon, and in Corvus, in which magia divina triumphs over bad forms of magic. Another most important influence in this chapter is that of Jupiter. The jovial characteristics of benevolent, law-giving, and tolerance are seen to prevail in the constellations: Bootes, Aquila, Aries, Libra, and others. There is also a strong Venus influence, making for friendship and love, harmonizing of discords, and the tempering of Mars, or of forces making for war. Venus triumphs in the Pleiades and in Gemini, and in Delphinus she overcomes Mars. Good Saturnian qualities, such as deep study and contemplation, are preserved, for example, in Perseus. But the Saturnian unsociability and other disagreeable qualities are tempered by Jupiter or Venus influences in other constellations. Mars is everywhere kept down, being particularly snubbed by Jupiter in Cassiopeia. Such, at least, is the kind of explanation which I would proffer of the curious list of good and bad qualities given in the Spacio, which are something other than straightforward lists of virtues and vices. I suggest that they represent good and bad influences of the stars. The personality is mastering the stars by choosing out their good gifts and the good side of their influences, taking, for example, from Venus, love and benevolence, not lasciviousness, and so on for the good and bad sides of the other planetary influences. And also by tempering the predominantly bad planets, Mars and Saturn, by attracting strong solar, jovial, or venereal influences. I shall return to this aspect of the Spacio in a later chapter when discussing a later work by Bruno in which he gives lists of good and bad moral characteristics, which are of the same type as those used in the Spacio, in a context where these are definitely related to astral psychology. If my interpretation of the ethics of the Spacio is correct, it means that Bruno has developed the Ficinian magic, directed towards the formation of a personality in which solar, jovial, and venereal influences predominate and the bad influences of the stars are kept at bay, into a fully Egyptian or Hermetic ethic or religion, in which reformation or salvation is achieved in the cosmological setting. The triumphant beast of the sum of the vices, the bad influences coming from the stars, is cast out by their good opposites, and the divine virtues or powers predominate in the reformed personality. Animal forms, or the form of the beast, is used in a strangely ambivalent manner in the Spacio. Sometimes the animal forms in the sky, that is, the constellation images in animal form, seem to represent the vices which are being expelled from the reformed personality. But when the gods are discussing Capricorn, they allow this animal to remain in heaven to testify to the truth of the religion of natural magic, which worships the divine in things. Elsewhere it is said that though the celestial images in animal form may seem to signify vices, yet they are also not without divine virtue. Hence the Egyptians from the natural forms of beasts ascended to the penetration of the divinity. Thus, though the animal forms of some of the constellation images signify vices contrary to the virtues which the reform proclaims, yet animal form itself, as the representative of Deus in rebus, is vindicated by the celestial animal forms, and particularly by that of Capricorn. The ethical reform drives the beast images out of heaven when those beasts are understood as allegories of vices. The religious reform maintains the beasts in heaven as representative of Egypt and its animal worship. The expulsion of the triumphant beast thus has a double meaning. The beast is expelled on one level and triumphs on another. One wonders whether Pope Alexander VI thought along these extremely difficult lines about Apis. For his meditations on Greek and Egyptian forms of the gods, it is possible that Bruno had been studying Cataries degli Immagini degli Dei, the plates of which often show Greek and Egyptian forms together. The gods of the Spacio almost, as it were, tremble between the two forms as the Egyptian power grows. The Appartamento Borgia frescoes showing the Greek cow, Io, turning into Isis in Egypt, perhaps move with a similar frame of reference, though they are orthodox in showing the Egyptian bulls worshipping the Virgin and saints, like proper Prisci theologi. Bruno's views on the history of Prisca Theologia, or Prisca Magia, are made abundantly clear. Do not suppose that the sufficiency of the Chaldaic magic derived from the Kabbalah of the Jews, for the Jews are without doubt the excrements of Egypt, and no one could ever pretend with any degree of probability that the Egyptians borrowed any principle, good or bad, from the Hebrews. Whence we Greeks own Egypt, the grand monarchy of letters and nobility, to be the parents of our fables, metaphors, and doctrines. So the grand controversy of the relative dates of Moses and Hermes the Egyptian is resolved by Bruno. The Egyptians are earlier than Greeks and Hebrews, and of course Christians, and had the best religion and the best magic and the best laws of them all. He uses the familiar counters, but shifts them round into appallingly unorthodox positions. Apart from the basic influences upon the Spacio of Hermetic treatises, read by Bruno as records of the ancient Egyptian religion and ethic which he is reviving, there was certain influence, namely that of the Zodiacus Vitae, first published in 1534, of Palingenius. In this didactic Latin poem, Palingenius goes through in order the 12 signs of the zodiac, attaching to them his moral teaching, the overcoming of vices by virtues. Since the poem is punctuated by outbursts of enthusiasm or furor, in which the mens make ascensions into the heavens, it seems to me that the writer has been influenced by Hermetic teachings, and that these are also reflected in his presentation of his ethics in the cosmological setting of the zodiac. The ethic of Palingenius, the kind of moral virtue which he teaches, is supposedly Epicurean. Epicurus is introduced as the supreme moral teacher, and the Epicurean doctrine of pleasure is incalculated, not in any lascivious or degenerate way, but with the gravity and restraint of a true Epicureanism. Palingenius derived his knowledge of Epicurus from the poem of Lucretius, some of the cosmology of which also influenced him. Yet Palingenius's Epicureanism is singularly combined with the neoplatonic and Hermetic influences, and there are also many references to magic in his poem. Obviously, this Renaissance Epicureanism must be a very different matter from the Epicureanism of Lucretius. As E. Garin has pointed out, the newly discovered poem of Lucretius influenced Ficino, and in some Renaissance writers, the Epicurean teachings on pleasure as a good becomes merged with the cosmic significance of amor as the intrinsic vital force in the universal nature. As an example of this, Garin quotes the lines on Venus from Palingenius's Zodiacus Vitae, lines which are influenced by Lucretius' invocation to Venus at the beginning of the De Natura Rerum, in which the natural Venus is connected with the soul of the world in a Neoplatonizing manner. The moral teaching which Bruno associates with his Egyptian reform is non-aesthetic and partially Epicurean. The clue to it is perhaps provided by Palingenius's extraordinary compound of Hermeticism and Epicureanism, and Palingenius, too, uses his naturalist Epicurean ethic as the basis for his satire on the unnatural lives and moral depravity of monks and priests with which the poem is full, hence its popularity in Protestant countries, thus leading the way towards the Spacio in its religious satire. Nevertheless, there is nothing in Palingenius like Bruno's elaborate reform of the heavens or his advocacy of the holy Egyptian religion, and Bruno's religious satire in the Spacio, though it envisages some forms of Catholicism, is mainly Protestant. As some remarks in a later work show, Bruno was not entirely in agreement with Palingenius. Yet for his ethics, for the type of liberal ethical reform which he associates with his Egyptianism, the Epicureanism of Palingenius is, in the setting of the zodiac, is suggestive. Bruno's Egyptian or Hermetic reform is envisaged by him having a close relevance to the times in which he lived. The Spacio contains a politico-religious message which is announced in the heavens, that is, in the discussions about the images of the 48 constellations and their reform. In the constellation Boots, in its reformed state, there rises the law. This law is based on what is useful for human society. It should protect the poor and weak, control tyrants, encourage arts. Learning and sciences can be applied for the benefit of the community. Jupiter, in his reform, is violently opposed to pedants who teach that good works are valueless. Whilst no one works for them, and they work for no one, for they do no other work except to speak evil of works, yet they live on the works of others, who worked for others besides them, and who for others instituted temples, chapels, inns, hospitals, colleges, and universities. Wherefore they are open robbers and occupiers of the hereditary goods of others, who, if not perfect nor as good as they ought to be, yet will not be, as these men are, perverse and pernicious to the world, but rather necessary to the commonwealth, skilled in the speculative sciences, careful of morality, solicitous for increasing zeal, and care for helping one another and maintaining society, for which all laws are ordained, by proposing certain rewards to well-doers and threatening criminals with certain punishments. And in a later chapter, Jupiter orders judgment to inquire into the behavior of these grammarians who in our times flourish all over Europe. Let him see what successes they have, and what customs they arouse and provoke in others, as to that which concerns the acts of justice and mercy, and the conservation and increase of the public good. Let him inquire whether through their doctrine and rule academies, universities, temples, hospitals, colleges, schools, and places of discipline and art are raised, or whether, where there are to be found, they are not the same and endowed with the same faculties as they were before the advent of these men and their appearance among the peoples. Next, whether by their care these things are augmented, or whether by their negligence they are diminished, brought to ruin, dissolved, and dispersed. Also whether they are occupiers of the goods of others, or enlargers of their own goods, and finally whether these who take their part increase and establish the public good, as did their predecessors, who were of an opposite way of thinking, or whether they unite with these men to dissipate, squander, and devour it, and whilst they discourage works, extinguish all zeal, both to perform new works and to conserve old ones. In these and other passages against the pedants, who despise good works, the reference, of course, is to the doctrine of justification by faith, and destroy the good works of their predecessors. There rises, by a curious kind of double reference, a vision of the pre-Reformation English past as nearer to the Egyptian ideal of law than the present, and the ruins of its temples, hospitals, colleges are lamented, almost in the tones of the lament of the Asclepius. Bruno's quarrel with the Oxford pedants, found less satisfactory than earlier barbarous friars, takes on a new meaning in this context, and George Abbott's inclusion of him in his anti-Catholic propaganda becomes quite understandable. The argument on law continues under the next two constellations, Corona Borealis and Hercules. The crown is to be given to the prince who will crush the pernicious pedants who decry good works, and Hercules, through those images banished from heaven because it recalls Jupiter's fault, will go down to earth to do new good works. When the constellation Cassiopeia comes under review, before the other gods have had time to determine anything about her, Mars jumps up and demands furiously that her image shall remain in the sky, because her character so much resembles the Spanish character. Cassiopeia was punished by Neptune for boasting of being fairer than the Nereids. but her pride, arrogance, and falsehood are made to go down out of heaven, in spite of pro-Spanish Mars' pleas for her, and simplicity ascends in her place. It is clear, by implication, that Catholic Spain represents another kind of pedantry, making for war and social disruption. In contrast, under Gemini, Cupid, Apollo, Mercury, Saturn, Venus speak in favor of love, friendship, and peace, which are to replace partiality. Under Libra, we learn that the balance must go down to look into injustices on earth, amongst other things to correct the violence done to nature in vestal edifices. The ethic which Bruno advocates is that of a rule of law and order which encourages peaceful and useful activities, and from which warring between sects is banished. In its private aspect, this ethic encourages good venereal, jovial, and solar characteristics, and it is non-aesthetic. And as instanced in the protest against vestal edifices just mentioned, all the failures of the Christian sects are to be healed by the return to the Egyptian religion and the kind of moral law which Bruno associates with it. Yet this reform he envisages as remaining in some manner associated with the Church, for the altar discussed under the constellation of that name is to remain in heaven with the centaur, half beast in the Egyptian sense of God, and half man beside it. The centaur is admired for having healed the sick and shown a way to mount up to the stars. He is to remain in heaven, for where there is an altar, there must be a priest for the altar. Under the Corona Australis, Apollo asks what is to be done with this crown. That, replied Jupiter, is the crown which, by the high decree of fate and the inspiration of the divine spirit, and as a reward for high merit, awaits the invisible Henry III, king of the magnanimous, powerful, and warlike realm of France, which he promises himself after the crown of France and the crown of Poland, as he testified at the beginning of his reign, when he ordained his celebrated device, the body of which consists of two lower crowns surmounted by another more eminent and more beautiful, and to it is added as the soul of the motto, Tenia coelo manet. This most Christian king, holy, religious, and pure, may securely say, Tenia coelo manet, for he well knows that it is written, Blessed are the peacemakers, blessed are the pure in heart, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. He loves peace and preserves his contented people as much as possible in tranquility and devotion. He is not pleased with the noisy uproar of martial instruments, which administer to the blind acquisition of the unstable tyrannies and principalities of the earth. But with all manner of justice and sanctity, which show the straight road to the eternal kingdom, let not the bold, tempestuous, and turbulent spirits among his subjects hope that whilst he lives, the tranquility of whose spirit does not encourage warlike fury, he will give assistance to those who, not in vain, seek to disturb the peace of other countries to the pretext of acquiring other crowns and other scepters. For Tenia coelo manet. In vain shall the rebel French forces, against his will, disturb the boundaries and coasts of others. For by no mean of unstable counsels, by no hope of changeable fortune, by no occasion of external administrations or suffrages will he be induced, on a pretense of investing him with mantles and adorning him with crowns, to give up, otherwise than by force of necessity, the blessed care of tranquility of spirit, for he is more liberal of his own goods than greedy for those of others. Let others, therefore, make attempts on the vacant kingdom of Portugal. Let others be solicitous over the Belgian dominion. Why should you break your heads and busy your brains, you other princes? Why should you fear and suspect that other princes and kings will come to dominate your forces and rob you of your crowns? Tenia coelo manet. Let the crown remain then, Jupiter concluded, awaiting him who shall be worthy of so magnificent a possession. All the gods approved in chorus that the crown would belong to Henry III, and they concluded their reforming labors by going to a great banquet in Piscis Australis. Bruno is here offering to Englishmen, and particularly, one supposes, to Philip Sidney, to whom the book is dedicated, the friendship of a Catholic king who disclaims the ambitions of Spain and of the Catholic League, who renounces all aggressive projects against other states, whether of open war or subversive intrigue. These turbulent spirits amongst his subjects, who follow the Spanish Guy's faction, as much enemies of the French king as they are of the English queen. Let us transcend these broils, says Bruno in Henry's name, and return to the old spiritual union of Europe. Written by an inmate of the French embassy, who had dedicated other works to the French ambassador, the Spacio would appear to English readers to have some kind of weight of French authority behind it. Mauvisere does not seem to have disapproved in any way of the publication of this book, which seems to carry with it a message from the French king, and the magical religious Hermetism, which is the theme of the Spacio, is not inconsistent with the magical works which Bruno had published in France. Though written in an apparently light vein of Lucianic irony, the Spacio belongs into the context of 16th century religious Hermetism, a most strange and apparent form of which it is preaching. As we saw in chapter 10, the forms of the religious Hermetism are very varied, and these later years of the 16th century were a time when religious Hermetism of all types was reaching its climax of influence. When Bruno wrote the Spacio, Duplessis Mornay had already written his theological work, which Sidney was translating, with its appeal to a Protestant type of Christian Hermetism, entirely non-magical, as a palliative for religious differences. Roseli, the Capucin, was probably already engaged on his enormous Hermetic labors. In a few years' time, Patrizzi would address to a pope a work in which he urged a philosophy based on Hermetism as a way of winning the Protestants of Germany, and recommending the Jesuits to take up Hermetism. Patrizzi's type is nearer to that of Bruno than the other two, as it may contain some Ficinian magic, yet it is also very different. Patrizzi does not abandon the Christian interpretation of Hermetism, as Bruno does. Bruno takes a radical step, which puts him outside of the pale of normal Christian Hermetism, by abandoning the Christian interpretation, and above all, by going wholeheartedly for the magic as the chief thing, the core of Hermetism. Instead of avoiding or disguising the magical passage in the Asclepius, he openly makes this the basis of both his proposed religious and moral reforms. He thus cannot be called a Christian Hermetist. It is as a beneficent magus that he would retain Christ in the magical religion, though he thought of his magical reform, or of his prophecy of the approaching return of Egyptianism as developing within a Catholic framework. On his return to Paris, after his momentous stay in England, Bruno used to read in the library of the Abbey of St. Victor, the librarian of which kept a diary in which he recorded some of his conversations with Bruno. He reports Bruno as having said that he greatly admired Thomas Aquinas, but condemned the subtleties of scholastics about the sacraments and the Eucharist, saying that St. Peter and St. Paul did not know of these subtleties, knowing only that hoc est corpus meum. He says that the troubles in religion could be easily taken away if these questions were taken away, and he says that he hopes that soon there will be an end of them. But above all, he detests the heretics of France and England because they despise good works and preach the certitude of their faith and justification, for the whole of Christianity tends to goodness of life. This accords perfectly well with the teaching of the Spacio and its condemnation of the pedants who despise good works, and in which, under the constellations Fluvius, Eridanus, and Ara, there are obscure remarks which evidently refer to the Eucharist, or to some magical interpretation of it. Mogenico, in one of his reports about Bruno to the Venetian inquisitors in 1592, reports him as having said that the Church today does not proceed as the apostles used to proceed, for they converted men by their preaching and the example of a good life. But today, whoever wishes not to be a Catholic must endure punishment and pain, for force is used and not love, that the Catholic religion pleases him better than any other, but that this too has need of much reformation, that this is not good, but that soon the world would see a general reform of itself, for it is impossible that such corruptions should go on. And he hoped great things of the King of Navarre. This also accords perfectly well with the teaching of the Spacio. Thus Giordano Bruno, magician, had a hermetic religious mission. He is an enfant terrible amongst religious hermetists, and yet he is a religious hermetist. But putting him in that context, he is at last placed among the movements of his century. Though the vitally important fact of Bruno's connection with Hermetism has not been known, it has long been recognized by Italian scholars that magic plays a part in Bruno's thought. Corsano drew attention to this in a book published in 1940, and he further noted that there is some element of religious reform behind Bruno's magical thinking. Elaborating Corsano's view on Brunonian magic and Brunian reform, Firpo suggested that these were connected, that Bruno believed that he could make the reform come by magic. And something of this kind may indeed be the last secret of the Spacio della Bestia Trionfante, and that the magician is manipulating the celestial images on which all things below depend in order to make the reform come. If we thus renew our heavens, says Jupiter, the constellations and influences shall be new, the impressions and fortunes shall be new, for all things depend on this upper world. So in the Kore Cosmo, when the gods met in a plenary assembly to reform a degenerated world, there was a second efflux of the divine nature upon the mundane elements. It is in the context of this kind of thinking that the Spacio should be read. The constellation images are not merely a literary device to which is attached an amusing satire on religious and social conditions in the late 16th century. In the reforming magician's mind, the reform begins in heaven, with the rearrangement or purification of the celestial images, of the shapes of the celestial gods, who reform the zodiac and northern and southern constellations. What does this remind us of? Surely of the magical city of Adocentine in Picatrix, built by Hermes Trismegistus, and who placed around the circumference of the city engraved images and ordered them in such a manner that by their virtue the inhabitants were made virtuous and withdrawn from all wickedness and harm. This, as we suggested in chapter 4, provided the connection between Hermes Trismegistus as magician and Hermes Trismegistus as the lawgiver of the Egyptians, who gave their good moral laws and kept them in it. And this, I believe, may also be the connection in the Spacio between the manipulation or reform of the celestial images and the universal religious and moral reform. As will be remembered, Hermes Trismegistus is also described in Picatrix as having built a temple of the sun, and we thought that students of the magical textbook might have connected this, the city of Adocentine, with the mysterious remark in the Asclepius, in the prophecy under the lament of the eventual restoration of the Egyptian religion and laws. The gods who exercise their dominion over the earth will be restored one day and installed in a city at the extreme limit of Egypt, a city which will be founded toward the setting sun, and onto which will hasten, by land and sea, the whole race of mortal men. That Bruno's mind was running on magical cities of the sun is indicated from a remark in the useful diary of the librarian of the Abbey of St. Victor, who reports in one entry that Jordanus told us that he knew nothing of the town built by the Duke of Florence, where only Latin would be spoken, but he had heard it said that this duke wished to build a civitas solis, in which the sun would shine every day of the year, as it does in other cities, such as Rome and Rhodes. It is also in these strange magical realms that Campanella's ideal republic, or city of the sun, must be placed, with its astral religion and sun worship. In a later chapter, we shall attempt to compare the Campanellian city of the sun with the Spacio, with which it has much in common, particularly in that ethic of social utility and public service, and the use of learning and invention for the public good, which both Bruno and Campanella teach us as a necessary part of their reformed societies. And yet here another, and a very unexpected, comparison for the Spacio suggests itself, namely Thomas More's Utopia. More's ideal republic has been universally admired for its ethic of social utility. And what was the religion of the Utopians like? They had a very large, dark church, dimly lit by tapers, onto which the priests made a spectacular entry, clothed in vestments of changeable colors, made of birds' feathers, arranged in a manner which contained certain divine mysteries. The dress of the Utopian priests reminded an early critic of conjuring garments, and there is certainly rather a strange atmosphere about the religion of More's communists. The Utopia may reflect reform notions entertained by More before Henry VIII's break with Rome. The English reader of the Spacio might perhaps have been reminded of the famous book by the man who had died on the scaffold, rather than agree that the good works of those who had worked for others should go into private hands. At any rate, Bruno's magical Hermetism offered to the sub-Catholics, discontented intelligentsia, and other secretly dissatisfied elements in Elizabethan society a new outlet, quite independent of the hated Spanish Catholicism, for their secret yearnings. Written in a bold, dramatic style, powerful in its imagery, and with a highly original kind of Lucianic or celestial humor, the Spacio della Bestia Trionfante may have been an operative work on the formation of the Elizabethan Renaissance, for it contained, in a potent and unexpurgated form, that charge of dynamite at the heart of Renaissance Neoplatonism, the magic of the Asclepius. Chapter 13. Before the philosophy which suits you so well arose, cries Bruno to the pedant doctor in the Scena della Scenerie, published in 1584. That is the same year as the Spacio, but probably before it. There existed that of the Chaldeans, of the Egyptians, of the Magi, of the Orphics, of the Pythagoreans, and other early thinkers, which is more to our liking. The satire and the pedants in the Scena reflects his quarrel with the Oxford doctors, and these words proclaim to them and to all readers of his work that Bruno's philosophy is a prisca magia. 14 years later, in an address to the doctors of the Wittenberg University, he was to give a similar genealogy of prisca magia, or the Temple of Wisdom, which was built first by the Egyptians and Chaldeans, who were followed by the Magi, gymnosophists, Orphics, and so on, and in more modern times by Albertus Magnus, Nicholas of Cusa, and Copernicus, who understood more than Aristotle and all of the Peripatetics in the contemplation of the universe. Similarly, in the Scena de la Scenerie, Copernicus is highly praised. To him, Copernicus, we owe our liberation from several false prejudices of the commonly received philosophy, which I will not go so far as to call blindness. Yet he himself did not much transcend it, for being more a student of mathematics than of nature, he was able to penetrate deeply enough to remove the roots of false and misleading principles, and by disentangling all the difficulties in the way, to free both himself and others from the pursuit of empty inquiries, and turn their attention to things constant and certain. That is to say, Copernicus has made a beginning, but, being only a mathematician, he has not understood the profound meaning of his discovery. He is a precursor of the dawn of truth, and of the prophet, the Nolan, to whom nevertheless gratitude is due for his preparatory labors. Who then would treat this man, Copernicus, and his labors with such ignoble... there's a narrator's note, there's a missing section at this point, so we're going to move on. Resuming now. It more than the mere mathematician had done. Yet even Copernicus had not been purely mathematical, for he had quoted, near his diagram of the new system, Hermes Trismegistus in the Asclepius, on the sun as the visible God. This is the clue, the vision, which the Nolan is developing, is a new Hermetic insight into the divinity of the universe, an expanded gnosis. The Copernican sun heralds the full sunrise of the ancient and true philosophy after its age-long burial in dark caverns. Bruno has here in mind the image of veritas filia temporis, time bringing truth to light, which has been used in England, of the return of Catholic truth from Protestant darkness under Mary, and vice versa, of the return of Protestant truth from Catholic darkness under Elizabeth. The truth of which Bruno speaks had been imprisoned in the dark caverns by Mercuries and Apollos, pretending to descend from heaven. The meaning of this is clear when compared with the similar passage in the De Umbris Idearum on the providence of the gods, which does not cease, as the Egyptian priests used to say, because of statutes promulgated at various times by repressive Mercuries. The intellect does not cease to illuminate, and the visible sun does not cease to illuminate, because we do not always all turn towards it. The truth which is coming to light is the truth which was suppressed by false Mercuries, that is, by the Christians. Magical truth, Egyptian truth, the sun is the visible God, as Hermes Trismegistus called it, the truth lamented in the lament of the Asclepius. Another passage in the Scena de la Scenerie describes the dawning sun of truth as follows. The question which we ought to ask ourselves is whether we are in the daylight with the light of truth rising above our horizon, or whether the day is with our adversaries in the antipodes, whether the shadows of error are over us or over them, whether we who are beginning to revive the ancient philosophy are in the dawn which ends the night, or in the evening of day which is closing. And this is not difficult to decide, for these two schools of thought can be roughly judged by their fruits. Let us now consider the differences between them. The one produced men who were temperate in their lives, expert in the arts of healing, judicious in contemplation, remarkable in divination, having miraculous powers in magic, wary of superstitions, law-abiding, of irreproachable morality, penetrating in theology, heroic in all their ways. This is shown in the length of their lives, the greater strength of their bodies, their most lofty inventions, their prophecies which have come true. They knew how to transform substances and how to live peacefully in society. Their sacraments were inviolable, their executions most just. They were in communion with good and tutelar spirits, and the vestiges of their amazing prowess endure unto this day. But as to these others, their opponents, I leave them to the examination of any man of good sense. Bruno's truth is neither Orthodox Catholic nor Orthodox Protestant truth. It is Egyptian truth, magical truth. Yet since the whole of the Sena de la Senerie, with its two grammarian pedant doctors, Manfurio and Prudenzio, reflect Bruno's quarrel with the Protestant doctors of Oxford, the Egyptian truth, by a similar kind of double vision, which we noted in the Spacio, could also refer to their predecessors, those others with whom the great magical Hermetic reform has something in common. Bruno claims to be a qualified prophet and leader of the new movement because he has made an ascent through the spheres. Under the impression of the Copernican discovery, has abolished the spheres to which the stars were formerly thought of as attached. He sees this as a breaking of these envelopes by which the Hermetic Gnostic ascended and descended through the spheres, as described in the Poemander, when the magus man leant across the armature of the spheres, having broken through their envelopes. Bruno has made the Gnostic ascent. He has the Hermetic experience, and so has become divine, with the powers within him. Even more significant for comparison with Bruno's description of himself in this passage, as to give the phrase in the original Italian, quello ci ha vercato l'aria, penetrato il cielo, discorso le stelle, trapassato gli margini del mondo, is the description in which Cornelius Agrippa's De Occulta Philosophia, of the experience which the magician must have had before he can impart power into celestial images. After the chapters in which Agrippa has described the talismanic magic, given the lists of astrological images, described how such images can be invented for special purposes, there comes the passage which we quoted earlier on the experience, which is the necessary prerequisite for obtaining magical powers. It is a kind of ascent. No one has such powers but he who has cohabitated with the elements, vanquished nature, mounted higher than the heavens, elevating himself above the angels to the archetype itself, with whom he then becomes cooperator and can... Narrator's note, this section is missing. I'm going to move on to the next part and resuming now. It, the earth, moves that it may renew itself and be born again, for it cannot endure forever in the same form. For these things cannot be eternal as individuals, are eternal as a species, and substances which cannot be everlasting under the same aspect change themselves into other appearances. For the material and substance of things is incorruptible, and must in all its parts pass through all forms. Therefore, since death and dissolution are unfitted to the whole mass of which this globe, this star, consists, and complete annihilation is impossible to all nature and the earth changes all its parts from time to time, and in a certain order, and so renews itself. We ourselves and the things pertaining to us come and go, pass and repass. There is nothing of our own which may not become foreign to us, and nothing foreign to us which may not become our own, and nothing is of itself eternal, save the substance and material of which it is made. And this is in constant mutation. Of the supersubstantial substance I speak not at present, but I return to reason, more especially concerning this great individual, our perpetual nurse and mother, of which you asked, what was the cause of its motion? And I say that the cause of its motion, not only its motion as a whole, but the movement of all its parts, is in order that it may pass through vicissitudes, so that all may find itself in all places, and by this means undergo all forms and dispositions. I would place beside this the passage in Corpus Hermeticum 13, Hermes Trismegistus to tat on the common intellect. Do not the living beings in the world die, O Father, although they are parts of the world? Hush, my child, for you are led into error by denomination of the phenomenon. For living beings do not die, my child, but being composite bodies, they are dissolved. Now this dissolution is not death, but the dissolution of a mixture. And if they are dissolved, it is not to be destroyed, but to be renewed. When in fact is the energy of life? Is it not movement? Or what is there in the world which is immobile? Nothing, my child. But the earth, at least, does not seem to be immobile, O Father. No, child. On the contrary, alone of all beings, it is both subject to the multitude of movements and stable. Would it not be ridiculous to suppose that this nurse of all beings should be immobile, she who causes to be born and give birth to all things? Without movement, indeed, it is impossible for that which gives birth to give birth of anything. It is quite absurd to ask, as you do, if the fourth part of the world can be inert, for to be immobile for a body can have no other meaning than to be inert. Know then, child, that all that is in the world, without exception, is in movement, either diminishing or increasing. And that which is in movement is also in life, for there is no necessity that every living being should conserve its identity. For no doubt, considered in its totality, the world is immobile, my child, but the parts of this world are all in motion, yet nothing perishes or is destroyed. Bruno had only to change the Hermetic argument that the earth is both subject to a multitude of movements and stable, to the mobility of the earth as a whole, as well as its parts, and then to reproduce the feeling and in some places the words of the Hermetic passage, as he does, to arrive at the passage on earth movement which we have quoted from the Scena de la Scenerie. Moreover, Cornelius Agrippa has quoted the Hermetic passage in his chapters on the world soul and our universal animation. It is unreasonable, says Agrippa, to suppose that the stars which give life and animation to all should themselves be without life and animation, and the earth too is alive. Mercurius in the treatise, when he wrote De Cumani, says, all that is in the world moves by increasing or diminishing, as since everything which moves is alive, even the earth through movement of generation and alteration, it too is alive. The passage italicized is direct quotation from Ficino's Latin translation of the De Commune. Agrippa has added that the earth too is alive. In Bruno, this becomes the interior principle in things that is the cause of their movement. Therefore, the earth and the heavenly bodies move in accordance with individual differences in their intrinsic principle, which is their soul. going far beyond the merely mathematical arguments by which Copernicus put forward the hypothesis of Earth movement. Bruno has seen that it confirms Hermes Trismegistus and Cornelius Agrippa, or in other words, it confirms the magical philosophy of universal animation. Bruno is chiefly celebrated in histories of thought and of science, not only for his acceptance of the Copernican theory, but still more for his wondrous leap of the imagination, by which he attached the idea of the infinity of the universe to his Copernicanism, an extension of the theory which has not been taught by Copernicus himself. And this infinite universe of his, Bruno peopled with innumerable worlds, all moving through the infinite space, thus finally breaking down the closed medieval Ptolemaic universe and initiating more modern conceptions. Readers familiar with a more usual approach to Bruno than that pursued in this book will know that antecedents for Bruno's ideas of infinity have been found in Nicholas of Cusa, that it has been suggested that he might have come across in England the work of Thomas Digges, in which Copernicanism is associated with the infinity of the universe, that it has been convincingly demonstrated that Bruno's belief in infinity and innumerable worlds is based on the principle of plenitude, that an infinite cause, God, must have an infinite effect, and there can be no limit to his creative power. Yet it has also been observed that Bruno's worldview is vitalistic, magical. His planets are animated beings that move freely through space of their own accord, like those of Plato or Patrizzi. Bruno's is not a modern mind by any means. To this it may be added that, as we have just seen, Bruno's acceptance of Copernican Earth movement was based on magical and vitalistic grounds, and that not only planets but also innumerable worlds of his infinite universe move through space like great animals, animated by the divine life. He made his affirmation that the universe is infinite, that it consists of an immense ethereal region, that it is like a vast sky of space in whose bosom are the heavenly bodies, that the moon, the sun, and innumerable other bodies are in this ethereal region, and the earth also, that it is not to be believed that there is any firmament, base, or foundation to which are fixed these great animals, which form the constitution of the universe, the infinite material of the infinite divine potency. This is a characteristic passage on the infinite universe and the innumerable animated worlds from the Scena della Scenerie. In the De Infinito Universo e Mundi, the same passage is many times repeated, with variations which show that it is as an image of his conception of the divinity that Bruno needs such a picture of the world. Needs must indeed that there should be an infinite image of the inaccessible divine countenance, and that there should be in this image, as infinite members thereof, innumerable worlds. Now, though Bruno would not have found in the Hermetic writings the conception of an infinite universe and innumerable worlds, the spirit in which he formulates such a conception is to be found in them. For example, the amplitude of the good is as great as the reality of all beings, both corporeal and incorporeal, sensible and intelligible. That is what the good is. That is what God is. And in the Asclepius, there are the following words: For as the space outside the world, if it exists, which I do not believe, must be, in my opinion, full of intelligible beings, that is, beings like the divinity of that space, to the sensible world is absolutely full of living beings. Passage in the De Immenso Innumerabilibus et Infigurabilibus, one can actually watch how it is the Hermetic spring upwards, the Hermetic ascent, which lands Bruno, so to speak, in the infinite. The opening chapter of that poem is the ascent of the mens, whence a new vision of the world is to be revealed. In the commentary on that chapter, there are these words: Miraculum magnum a Trismegisto appellabitur homo quae in Deum transeat quasi ipse sid Deus quae conator omnia fieri sicut Deus est omnia ad objectum sine fine condendit sicut infinitus est Deus immensus ubique totus. Bruno has slightly altered the famous passage on the miraculous and godlike power of man to know the world, extending it into a power to know an infinite God and an infinite universe. Thus it is as man, the great miracle, knowing himself to be of divine origin, that Bruno soars into the infinite to grasp and draw into himself the newly revealed reflection of infinite divinity in a vastly expanded universe. As to the immediate source of the new vision, there can be no doubt. Bruno found the conceptions of infinite space and innumerable worlds, inhabited like our own, in Lucretius de Natura Rerum, from which he frequently quotes on these points in the De Inferito Universo e Mundi and elsewhere. But he absolutely transforms the Lucretian notions, themselves derived, of course, from the Epicurean philosophy, by imparting to the innumerable worlds magical animation, totally absent from Lucretius' cold universe, and to the infinite and its contents, the function of being an image of the infinite divinity. Again, a notion totally foreign to the agnosticism of Lucretius. Thus the godless universe of Lucretius, in which that pessimistic man took refuge from the terrors of religion, is transformed by Bruno into a vast extension of Hermetic gnosis, a new revelation of God as magician, informing innumerable worlds with magical animation, a vision to receive, which that great miracle, the magnus man, must expand himself to an infinite extent so that he may reflect it within. At the beginning of this chapter, I quoted a genealogy of wisdom, expounded by Bruno in a speech at Wittenberg, to show the sequence of Prisca Magia, or occultism, within which he placed Copernicus. It is highly significant that Lucretius also comes into that genealogy, though I omitted him in the earlier quotation, which I now give more fully. The Temple of Wisdom, says Bruno, was first built amongst the Egyptians and Chaldeans, secondly among the Persian Magi, with Zoroaster, thirdly by the Indian Gymno-sophists, fourthly in Thracia with Orpheus, fifthly amongst the Greeks with Thales and others of the wise, sixthly amongst the Italians by, amongst others, Lucretius, seventhly among the Germans by Albertus Magnus, Cusanus, Copernicus, Palingenius. To my mind, this genealogy shows that, just as he interpreted Copernicanism as heralding the return of Egyptianism, so to him the Lucretian universe seemed a kind of extended Egyptian wisdom, whence he adopted the Lucretian infinite universe and innumerable worlds into his Copernicanism as all part of an expanded Hermetic vision. Of the others in the genealogy, Albertus Magnus, he certainly thought of as a Magnus. Cusanus, whom he greatly admired, had used a type of geometrical symbolism in his teaching which Bruno probably thought was Hermetic. The famous saying that God is a sphere of which the center is everywhere and the circumference nowhere is in fact first found in a pseudo-Hermetic treatise of the 12th century and was transferred by Cusanus to the universe as a reflection of God in a manner which is hermetic in spirit. This concept was basic for Bruno, for whom the innumerable worlds are all divine centers of the unbounded universe. In Palingenius, who also appears in the Genealogy of the Wise, Bruno had met with an Epicurean ethic derived from Lucretius, and some features of the Lucretian cosmology, combined with Hermetism and with magic in the peculiar manner suggested in the last chapter. Though Bruno did not entirely approve of Palingenius, yet that author would have encouraged him in his misunderstanding of Lucretius. Thus, that wonderful bound of the imagination by which Bruno extended his Copernicanism to an infinite universe peopled with innumerable worlds, all moving and animated with the divine life, was seen by him, through his misunderstandings of Copernicus and Lucretius, as a vast extension of Hermetic gnosis, of the magician's insight into the divine life of nature. And this infinitely extended all was still one, which is, as we have seen, a basic tenet of Hermetism. The unity of the all in the one is Bruno's constant theme. Some of the most striking passages on this are in the De la Causa Principio e Uno, which becomes something in the nature of a Hermetic hymn. The summum bonum, the supremely desirable, the supreme perfection and beatitude consists in the unity which informs the all. May the gods be praised, and may all living beings magnify the infinite, the most simple, the most one, the most high, the most absolute cause, beginning and one. The unity of the all and the one is, cries Bruno in an earlier passage in the De la Causa, a most solid foundation for the truths and secrets of nature. For you must know that it is by one and the same ladder that nature descends to the production of things, and the intellect ascends to the knowledge of them, and that the one and the other proceeds from unity and returns to unity, passing through the multitude of things in the middle. This is the philosophy conducive to magic, and that the all is one, and that the magus can depend on the ladders of occult sympathies running through all nature. And when this philosophy is not only a magic, but a religion, it becomes the religion of the Hermetic pseudo-Egyptians, who, as Bruno says in the Spacio, with magic and divine rites, ascended to the height of the divinity by that same scale of nature, by which the divinity descends to the smallest things by the communication of itself. Bruno's philosophy and his religion are one and the same, and both are Hermetic. One has to see his message as a whole to realize the connections. The expanded universe is related to the expanded non-aesthetic Epicurean ethics. The huge extension of Hermetic gnosis connects with his dissatisfaction with organized forms of religion. Lucretius' dislike of the forms of religion current in his time, his direction of attention towards the world as an escape from superstitious terrors, was no doubt most congenial to Bruno. Yet Bruno was certainly not an atheist like Lucretius. The infinite universe and the innumerable worlds are for him new revelations, intense accentuations of his overpowering sense of the divine. Or they are ways of figuring the infigurable, of grasping and holding within the infinite divine reality. For Bruno uses thought in a Hermetic way, a semi-magical way, as a mode of reaching intuitive knowledge of the divine. His peculiar point of view liberated Bruno from the scruples of the Christian Hermetists in their approach to the Hermetic literature, and allowed him to choose out the more pantheist and optimist treatises of the Corpus Hermeticum on the basis of his philosophy, treatises such as Corpus Hermeticum 12, De Communae, or Corpus Hermeticum 5, Quod Deus latens simul et patens est. I am giving the treatises their Ficinian titles. It also allowed him to accept unchristian doctrines, which had been carefully avoided by the Christian Hermetists. For example, metempsychosis, to be found particularly in the Asclepius and the Corpus Hermeticum 10, which Bruno openly accepts in his Kabbalah del Cavallo Pegasseo, and implies in some passages of the Sena and elsewhere. Also, the Gnostic ascent through the spheres has been avoided, though Ficino may have some hankerings after it in his interest in the doctrine of the astral body, and as we have seen, the magician Agrippa has it. Another result is that all the elaborate arguments used in other types of Hermetism, in which Hermes is accepted as having foreseen the Trinity, as in Ficino's Christianizing commentaries on the Corpus Hermeticum, are entirely ignored by Bruno. This must have been deliberate, since he was certainly using Ficino's Latin translation of the Corpus, and must have seen the commentaries. Those sets of threes collected from early theologies and philosophies as foreshadowings of the Trinity, such as are to be found in Ficino's Theologia Platonica, Teilhard's Dialogues, and indeed almost everywhere among Christian Neoplatonists, are conspicuous by their absence from Bruno's works. This differentiates his religious Hermetism from, for example, that of Patrizzi, who may have been using a little Ficinian magic, but is full of Trinitarianism. It even differentiates him from his beloved De Occulta Philosophia of Agrippa, which at the end assumes the pseudo-Dionysian and Trinitarian framework of the magic. Bruno himself is aware of the absence of theology in his work, and explains it by saying that he does not attempt to go above nature, and speaks as a pure natural philosopher. He does not want to be contrary to theology, but he seeks his divinity in the infinite worlds. Through this approach, Bruno's Hermetism perhaps almost does interpret the Hermetic writings in their true sense, as expressions of the Gnostic religion of the world, which he has expanded to infinite worlds, and in the case of the Asclepius, as a late antique Neoplatonized Egyptian mystery cult. Yet Bruno, like everyone else, has no idea of the true date of the Hermetica, and thinks that he is returning to an Egyptian philosophy and religion earlier than Moses. The question of Bruno's philosophy is immensely complicated by the fact that Ficino and Pico, he too, is a syncretist, and draws out of a vast reading other philosophies and literatures which are accredited to the Hermetic core. He knew of the works of Plato and the Neoplatonists in Ficino's translations. A Verorist philosophy, also used in Pico's synthesis, would be important to him, since the intellectus agens would be a confirmation and expansion of the Hermetic De Communae. The Fons Vitae of Avis Braun is an influence, and Bruno, the ex-Dominican, who was very proud of his order, was deeply read in that difficult author, Albertus Magnus. He has also always expressed great admiration for that brightest luminary of his order, Thomas Aquinas, though I fear that it was not at all after the manner of a modern Thomist philosopher that the magician revered one whom he thought of as a great magus and a noble heroic enthusiast. Apart from his constant deep devotion to the occult philosophy of Cornelius Agrippa, other modern influences upon him included Telesio and, more important, Paracelsus, who appears in the Genealogy of the Wise, after Palingenius. Bruno's anti-Aristotelianism is not quite what it has seemed to those who have admired him as the thinker in advance of his times, the enlightened defender of the Copernican theory against the hidebound Aristotelianism of the Middle Ages. For Bruno, Aristotle is the type of the pedant, the literal-minded person who cannot or will not see occult truths, fails to understand the Copernican theory as a hermetic seal, like the doctors in the Sana de la Seigneurie, who qualify as both grammarian and Aristotelian pedants. In another work, poor Aristotle is to be pitied for his inability to grasp profound magic. Sometimes this attitude leads Bruno into remarkable insights, as when he dismisses the Aristotelian order of the elements as not a natural conception, but logical. On another level, Aristotle himself, unlike the stupid Aristotelians his followers, was one who did not see deep truths, but veiled them in obscure language. In a moment of divination, Aristotle half guessed that the earth moves when he used in the Meteorologica the words propter solum et circulationem. Here, Aristotle was not speaking as a philosopher, but as a diviner, or as one who understood, but did not dare to say what he understood, or as one who saw, but did not believe what he saw. For Bruno, mathematics can also be a kind of pedantry, a stopping short of deepest truth. The Copernican mathematics have to be transcended by the further insights of the Nolan. But Bruno's greatest enemy, his nightmare obsession, is the grammarian pedant. This type of pedant can be combined with the Aristotelian type, but his pedantry consists not merely in a narrow-minded philosophy, but in a contempt for philosophical studies altogether, for which he has abandoned for minute attention to Latin style, dictionaries of words and phrases, for which he is so absorbed that he has lost all sense of using language to express a meaning. The hatred of the grammarian pedant expresses Bruno's hatred of humanist studies and their usurpation of the primacy formerly belonging to philosophical studies. His grammarian pedant is, in his literary ancestry, the stock pedant of comedy. Bruno had written a comedy with a pedant in it, the Canto, published in Paris before he came to England, who exhibits his pedantry by quoting strings of Erasmian adages. The pedant doctor in the Sana hurls the Erasmian adage antiquam navigat at Bruno, meaning to say in his pedantic manner, "You are mad." We need not suppose that the Oxford doctors actually shouted antiquam navigat as Bruno when he was expounding his Copernican Ficinian magic, but we know from George Abbott that they thought that he was mad. In truth, it was his own head which rather did run round, and his brains did not stand still. Bruno expressed his hatred of humanism and humanist Latin by himself using a Latin which was resolutely monkish, and also his own in its astonishing and peculiarly Brunian vocabulary. Only those who, like myself, are not proper classic scholars can bear to read it. Bruno's satires on grammarian pedantry are, in a manner, a reversal of Erasmus' satires on scholastic pedantry. Bruno, looking in quite a different direction from Erasmus, sees humanism not as the new learning which has superseded medieval barbarism, but as the destroyer of the philosophical tradition. We know that what he objected to in the New Oxford was that its doctors make a boast of being totally different from their predecessors, the barbarous friars. Very likely the ex-Dominican noted with annoyance that the great magi of his order were not now studied in Oxford. All this, however, does not quite get to the bottom of Bruno's objection to grammarian pedants. Such a pedant is a childish person who has not gone beyond the elementary stages to reach the deeper insights, and from this it follows that the use of language is trivial and superficial, and without magical and incantatory power. These finer points will perhaps come out more clearly in later chapters. Just as Bruno's Hermetic or Egyptian natural philosophy cannot be separated from his Hermetic or Egyptian natural religion, so the pedants of the philosophical dialogue, the Scena della Scenerie, cannot be separated from the pedants of its companion piece, the Spacio della Bestia Trionfante, where pedantry obviously has a religious application, referring to those who despise good works and have destroyed the good works of their predecessors. That is, to the religious intolerance of the Protestants or Puritans. As we have seen, Bruno's Hermetism, however strange, yet belongs in to the movements of religious Hermetism of the 16th century, tending towards religious toleration or some kind of Irenic solution of the religious difficulties. I see clearly that we are all born ignorant and willing to acknowledge our ignorance. Then, as we grow up, we are brought up in the disciplines and habits of our house, and we hear disapproval of the laws, rights, faith, and manners of our adversaries, and of those who are different from ourselves, whilst they hear the same about us and our affairs. Thus, just as there are planted in us by the natural forces of breeding and the roots of zeal for our own ways, so in others an enthusiasm for their own different customs is instilled. Thence it easily becomes axiomatic that we should esteem the oppression and slaughter of the enemies of our faith as a pleasing sacrifice to the gods, as they do also, when they have done the like by us. And they render thanks to God for having vouchsafed to them the light which leads to eternal life with no less fervor and conviction than we feel in rejoicing that our hearts are not blind and dark as they are. So does one of the speakers in the Scena describe the 16th century religious situation, and the words have their application to what has just been said previously about the rising sun of the Nolan's philosophy, which heralds the dawn of a better day, though its opponents take an opposite view of it. How can such persons be corrected? By weakening with arguments their conviction that they know, and in a subtly persuasive manner drawing them away as much as possible from their bigotry. The irritable magician regarding himself as a missionary of conciliation. I have suggested elsewhere that the curious title of Scena della Scenerie, or Ash Wednesday Supper, which Bruno gives to the work describing the supper, which took place, so he told the Venetian inquisitors, not really at Fulk Greville's house, as the text says, but at the French embassy, in which he expounded his philosophy to knights and pedants, may imply a religious meaning for this supper, perhaps some version of the sacrament, such as he seems to allude to in the Spacio, and of which he spoke to the librarian of St. Victor. But all is so confused about this supper and its setting, and the journey to and from it through the London streets, an imaginary journey, if the supper really took place at the embassy where Bruno was living, that it is best to regard it as a kind of magical and elusive picture, as Bruno himself suggests in the dedication to the French ambassador. The mysteries of the Scena della Scenerie, whatever they may be, were to be associated with the King of France, described in the dedication to the ambassador as a beneficent solar lion, who, when he roars with anger like a fawn in his den, strikes mortal fear into the other predatory beasts of the jungle, and when he is calm and in repose, he sends forth such a flame of liberal and courteous love that it warms the tropics, heats the frozen bear, and dissolves the Arctic ice which lies. See scattered over the dusty blue Mande of heaven in all their beautiful variety. Although it is to men and not to animals that you have stretched forth hands in eagerness to help, nevertheless you must expect to meet with as many different varieties of ingratitude as there are different kinds of animals. Some men, resembling the dim-eyed mole, who, the moment he feels upon him the open air of heaven, rushes to dig himself back again into the ground, desire to remain in their native darkness. Others are like those birds of night, which, because of the weakness of their eyes, retreat into their shadowy haunts as soon as they see in the brightening east those bars of crimson which are the sun's ambassadors. All those creatures who may not gaze upon the lights of heaven, but are destined to dwell in the infernal circles of Pluto's dark prison house, which they hear the dread summons of Alecton's furious horn, spread wide their wings and veer away in rapid flight towards their abodes. But these who were born to see the sun, being full of thanksgiving, when they come to the end of the loathsome night, dispose themselves to receive in the very center of their eyes, crystal globe, the long expected rays of the glorious sun, and with unaccustomed gladness in their hearts, they lift up hands and voices to adore the east. This is a companion picture to the one about the pedants and the Copernican theory in the Sana dedication. What a painter the magician would have made! It was part of his philosophy that by an extension of the ut pictura poesis theory, poetry, painting, and philosophy were all one. Whence philosophers are in some ways painters and poets. Poets are painters and philosophers. Painters are philosophers and poets. Whence true poets, true painters, and true philosophers choose one another out and admire one another.